It was July in Taegu City. It was hot, and even in the shadowy buildings, it was sweaty and irritating. The same was true of the messy office on the 6th floor of the ruined 8-story building, and the woman gasping in it. Her body was covered with sweat. The woman was untidy, and her hair was cut short, like a man's. Her hair was covered with oil and sweat, and her sweat was black and dark as if she had not properly washed for a long time. Nevertheless, she was attractive enough that she could call herself a beauty, and especially a lacrimal point under her left eye was impressive. In addition, the lacrimal point was the most obvious evidence that she was an actor, Lee Yun-ah. It's the worst. Lee Yun-ah had been an idol singer and had been popular during her idol days. After turning to an actress, she had appeared as the main supporting actor in a considerable number of films and had appeared twice in public TV dramas. She was not the woman who had been always under the glare of light, and she was not the kind of woman who could gasp for breath in this place. Everything is the worst. Her misfortune began on December 31, 2016, as everyone else's did. That day she was on her way to Seoul after finishing a drama shoot in Busan. The first monsters she saw began to mingle with or crush the cars running on the Gyeongbu Expressway, as if killing ants. At the absurd sight, her manager escaped out of the Gyeongbu Expressway with an amazing show of driving skill. At that time, I should have run to Seoul. The end of the nightmare that had started was Taegu City. Taegu City was the only place with very few monsters to appear, and the survivors flocked to Taegu City. To be precise, only those who came to Taegu could survive. Until then, she had the hope that this nonsense would be stopped. With that hope, she followed the orders of the 2nd Operations Command. It was not enough to just follow. She had helped the 2nd Operations Command to reassure people. She used her fame to become the face of the 2nd Operations Command in front of people. In addition to her, entertainers and celebrities came out to help the activities of the 2nd Operations Command. It was a kind of talent donation, and at the same time, it was a struggle to benefit. If I would have run to Seoul at that time, I might have died, but I would not have seen those mad bastards do anything crazy. At some point, the situation began to change. No, the situation didn't improve over time. The support that they thought would come soon did not come, and millions of people who flocked to the collapse of the social infrastructure created an unimaginable disorder. Looting took place all over the place, and once arson occurred, it would be a real disaster. But that was not the worst. Those bastards took people to the monsters' dens and they forced people to work, the crazy bastards. The 2nd Operations Command began to make strange moves from a certain moment. The first abnormality was when the 2nd Operations Command headed to Gyeongju City with those who committed a crime and were isolated or imprisoned. At first, no one was very interested in it, and most of them welcomed the move, at least, no one wanted to share the space with the criminals. However, there was no support to the massacre of the criminals who had gone to Gyeongju City. It was a natural thing, for there were plenty of hungry monsters in Gyeongju, and the smell and sweat of thousands of people were not different from the smell of delicious food. The problem arose after the 2nd Operations Command began to send people to Gyeongju City repeatedly. There were people who started to doubt the fact that even criminals being thrown into hell was inevitable, and everything changed when it became known that the reason was to dig up the royal tombs and ancient tombs in Gyeongju City. People asked the 2nd Operations Command why thousands and tens of thousands of people risked their lives and walked through the royal tombs and ancient tombs of Gyeongju with nothing but shovels and songs. The answer to that question was simple: they were shot dead. The 2nd Operations Command did not spare those who complained and voiced their opinion. Damn it. After that, the 2nd Operations Command forced not only criminals but also innocent people who did not commit crimes into Gyeongju City, and they forced them to work. From then on, only 2 categories of people remained in Taegu. Those who were obediently taken away, and those who did not want to be taken away. Lee Yun-ah was the latter. She did not want to be taken away, so she became a member of the resistance. Here. And that was why she was breathing hard in the ruined building. She's in here. You're a rat in a trap. She grit her teeth at the voice in front of her building. How the hell do they know where I am? Did they use a spell? But she didn't close her eyes tightly. Capture her alive. She would know where Cho Sung-yeon is. Can we just capture her? You guys, the first one to catch her can F*CK her first. If you keep her mouth unhurt, everything is okay. I am finally F*king her, I've been waiting for this day dash. Despite the ghastly and miserable talk of the soldiers toward her, she never showed any weakness. That's a load of bullsh*t. How did I keep my virginity in the entertainment industry? If I am F*ked by you guys, I'll set my body on fire. Rather, at this moment she checked the number of bullets in her own cartridge belt. There's one left. Only one bullet is left. When she put the magazine in the K2 rifle she was holding, she still had about 40 rounds of ammunition. I can take 3 of them. She weighed the amount of ammunition left and the life of a man. Who? Then she drew her breath. Her eyes cooled down as she breathed, her eyes slowly lost all hope. The last moment. I will kill myself. Finally, with the readiness to die, she thought of a man's face in her mind. At least I have to save the captain. If he dies, it's over. She remembered the face of the man who had fought against the 2nd Operations Command for justice, not injustice. Who? The moment she finally breathed, the moment she prepared for the battle, the moment her concentration reached its peak, her sense of smell finally caught the odor. What is it? Deep, gentle, yet intense, a fragrance that was not like other fragrances. Oh, this was the aroma of coffee. The scent was a coffee flavor. Oh, God, I forgot the flavor of coffee. She felt a lump in her throat then, surprised by the first smell of coffee in some time, the coffee flavor she used to savor. It was because she felt deeply how precious the things she had lost were. On the other hand, her reason tinged her. Where does this coffee smell come from? Who is it? It was not an illusion, because the fragrance was too thick as an illusion. It was clear that this was not the smell of the soldiers of the 2nd Operations Command, the dogs of the military who risked their lives trying to rape her. So, the soldiers who entered the building and started running up the stairs like dogs had no choice but to stop in front of this coffee smell. Sniff. What is it? What does it smell like? I've smelled it a lot of times, coffee. Coffee. The soldiers also looked surprised by the smell, as it had been some time for them as well. They were surprised that they had forgotten the smell that had been blowing all over the world just half a year ago, and they were also surprised that the odor was in a ruined building. Their surprise turned into tension. Gulp. Then one of them gave a sign with a swallow. We'll go to the 5th floor, and be careful if it's a trap. Yes. With the order, those who had been climbing the stairs opened the door and entered the 5th floor of the building. Who? Lying on the stairs between the 5th and 6th floors, Lee Yun-ah, who was about to shoot at the soldiers who were coming up, held her breath again. She heard some voices, starting with the voice of a soldier, passing the voice of a man she had never heard before, and even the sound of the direct fire order. There. There's someone over there. Stop moving. If you move, I'll kill you. Fire. After that, there was no sound for a moment. What's going on? Thud. And after a while, Lee Yun-ah heard things fall on the floor, one after another. She could tell that the sound was the last sound of those who had abruptly become dead. What? So, she had to panic. She had heard the sound several times when a dead body fell, but she has never heard them without a shot. But her surprise was not the end of it. Huck. Lee Yun-ah was able to tell that the coffee smell was gradually getting stronger. The source was getting closer to her. Screech. The door to the stairs, which had been closed, opened again by itself. The doorknob moved on its own, and the door opened itself. A voice came from beyond the open door. "Drop the gun." It was a warning. It was a warning to Lee Yuna herself. At the warning, she worried, and when the worry was over, she took the gun upside down instead of throwing it away. She pointed it at her head. "If I am taken any information," and without a moment's hesitation, she pulled the trigger. Ah! But the trigger didn't move. The reason was simple. She didn't know that the safety was on. Why? She was embarrassed by the fact. In the meantime, a man carrying a deep coffee odor came toward her. There was no sound of walking up the stairs, since the man climbed the stairs in the air and stood in front of Lee Yuna, who was lying on the stair landing between the 5th and 6th floors. He had bushy hair and there were 2 swords on his back. However, above all, his black eyes were the most impressive and overwhelming. My name is Kim Tae-hoon, the head of the Mac Guild, which manages the capital city Seoul, Gyeonggi, Chungcheong, Gangwon, and Incheon. Even Lee Yuna, who had made up her mind to suicide, was overwhelmed and she made a foolish expression. "So," she answered without even knowing it, I'm Lee Yuna." "So? Lee Yuna. Lee Yuna. So what? Lee Yuna." The man frowned strongly, leaving Lee Yuna silent in front of him. Then he said, with a look that seemed to be truly unaware of her, "The unit, the rank, the information you wanted to hide so much that you chose suicide. All I want to hear is those 3 things." With the words, Kim Tae-hoon had coffee in a mug in his hand. 2. They were wiped out. Does that make sense? A soldier bowed his head at the question of the man who was pouring out sweat like a flood in the heat. How many people died just trying to capture a girl? The name of the man who yelled again was Jang Kyun. He was also a major under the 2nd Operations Command. That was all. Jang Kyun had only a rank, but he did not have proper power or status. He was not a major in the first place, and it was only because of the mark on the back of his right hand that he was able to receive the high rank of major. The 2nd Operations Command needed to increase the loyalty of their awakeners, and in that situation, all the 2nd Operations Command could do was to give them a decent rank. For that reason, there were more majors than 2nd lieutenants under the 2nd Operations Command. Get her right now. It's dangerous, and Lee Yuna could have set up a trap. So what? Get her now. We have to catch her, so we can find the true location of the resistance. Well, it's still dangerous. Currently, the biggest problem of the 2nd Operations Command was the resistance, and Lee Yuna was an executive of the resistance. That was why Major Jang Kyun was furious to catch her. Get Lee Yuna. Major Jang Kyun would be able to acquire the right power and status as soon as he caught the actress Lee Yuna, who was the executive of the resistance and all the Korean people knew her. I will catch her. There was also a desire to vent his personal sexual desires. The men under Major Jang Kyun were angry, of course. Crazy bastard. You could go and catch her yourself. If we were able to catch her, we would have caught her. Everyone knew that they had to catch Lee Yuna to clean up the resistance. But she had never been caught. Above all, even though they had known her location clearly, the troops who had gone to catch her were slaughtered. It was more likely that the place was a trap created by the resistance than anything else. We should throw ourselves into such a trap. We can't have King run away. Does it mean that we should die? Major Jang Kyun. A man in the distance spoke. He was young enough to be described as a young man rather than a man. Behind him was a man who was dressed in a suit that anyone could see was a ninja. Mr. Tanaka has something to say. The young man was none other than a Japanese interpreter. Of course, the object of interpretation was the man in the ninja outfit behind the young man. If you give him permission, Mr. Tanaka will catch Lee Yuna directly. Major Jang Kyun was very pleased with the words of the interpreter. Really? But he has a condition. Condition? If he catches her, you'll have to give him a day or so. Major Jang Kyun laughed at that. Well, she was famous in Japan, too. Major Jang Kyun couldn't help but notice the meaning of that, and he had no intention of complaining or rejecting the fact. Most of all, he knew the ninja had a very special ability. It was the ninja who had found the location of the elusive Lee Yuna. Of course, he did not hesitate. Please tell him to give me a favor. Lee Yuna was sitting in a chair. She wasn't sitting normally. Her body was tied to a chair. Her body was tight to the back of a chair, her arms were on the armrests, and her legs were on the legs of a chair. Yup yup. Finally, there was a gag in her mouth. I'm telling you a few things. Kim Tae-hoon was sitting in a chair in front of her. His expression while sitting on the chair without a backrest was very dull. The only thing I want to know is the information you wanted to hide until you chose to kill yourself. I don't care about your name or your unit. On the other hand, Lee was staring at Kim. Of course, at this moment she had no intention of cooperating with him. And Kim did not want to be in a cooperative relationship with her either. And I don't have much time, and I don't want to waste time torturing a person to get information that I don't know, even if I have plenty of time. In the first place, her appearance was a surprise event for Kim, and no more than that. Her appearance was unexpected, so it was not a meaningful relationship. That's the same for you, so you have an hour. Above all, Kim's purpose in Daegu was not to find something. Cleaning. Kim was here to clean up the threats to the Mac Guild, including Daegu City. And the cleaning work did not need to be helped by someone else. At least, there was no one in Korea who could give advice to him in such cleaning work. Nevertheless, the reason he had saved her life was that she had tried to kill herself for information security. There's a reason to risk her life. Trying to kill herself for information security was not easy for non-religious fanatics. One more reason was that she was chased by soldiers of the 2nd Operations Command. Those two reasons were all Kim needed to keep Lee alive and interrogate her. Of course, he did not intend to invest a lot of time in her. If you look at me like that in an hour, I'll make you the dead body you want to be. If her attitude would not change in an hour, the interrogation would be over. In addition, Kim did not intend to regret in the future, leaving room for her. If you want to talk, tell me. As soon as Kim finished the notice, he closed his eyes. There was no coercive interrogation or torture. This man, Lee stared at Kim, turned into a look of absurdity. What the hell? Everything was questionable for her now, Kim's existence itself, his intention, and his ability. Doesn't he know me? Even Lee had doubts about the fact that Kim did not know her. Is my face that bad? Lee didn't have any doubts because of her pride. Her image and fame were more important than she had thought in a land of unbelievable monsters. To be honest, ordinary people preferred to listen to the words of celebrities who they had often seen on TV, rather than what soldiers said. Reliability was also much higher for celebrities with their own good image than mere soldiers. In addition, Lee was a woman who became the manager for the resistance from the manager of the 2nd Operations Command. If Lee had been just a normal person, it would have been meaningless. But she was not a normal person, and that was why the 2nd Operations Command was trying to catch her. Not knowing her was definitely a matter for her to go over. However, there was no way to solve her suspicions. Yup yup. Ugh. She wasn't even allowed to ask questions. And as time went by, there was no room for doubt for her. What do I do? It was sometimes more painful to be forced to suffer than to be tortured. Am I really going to die like this? When she was ready to kill herself, she was desperate and urgent. That was why she could be decisive. But it was different now. She had to agonize over her death at this moment. To live, she had to sell her out co-workers, but if she didn't, she might die, has been forced into her mind. Even the office, which Kim had taken for a conversation with Lee, was used as a warehouse. There were no windows, no sunlight, and it was a place where she could not tell how much time had gone by. Then Kim opened his eyes. Ninjas here. His eyes were black. When Lee saw the sight, she let out a gasp. Good to have a trap set up. Meanwhile, Kim got up from his seat and moved near the door. His mouth was puffed up like a frog. Soon after, he expelled out his mouthful of energy into the door. Foo-hoo-hoo-hoo. A huge fire broke out. The flames began to fill the door and the hallway behind it. Arg. 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 Then there was a scream from a place where there was no sign. No, 5 screams. Swish. The arrow from the leather holder in Kim's waist moved toward the 5 screams. Thunk, thunk. The arrow pierced the screams at once. It was all done in a flash. After finishing his work, Kim sat down again. There was no conversation. He started meditating with his eyes closed again. Lee could not glare at Kim anymore. What the hell? At that moment, Kim opened his eyes and said, "You seem to be a very important person, and you've got a lot of people looking for you." Ugh. Lee was delighted with the voice. But her joy did not last long. Team leader, head, nigger. The funny words mentioned by Kim made her shake. The words were nicknames for her colleagues, who she knew well. I'll change the condition. Kim acknowledged her shaking eyes. I don't think I'll get information after killing colleagues against a person who decides to kill herself to save her colleagues. If you give me information here, I will save you and your colleagues together. If not, I will kill you and your colleagues. It was the last notice. Oh, no. Yup. Her eyes changed sadly at the notice. Kim released the gag that was hanging in her mouth. 4. Between the building Kim was in and the next, 3 people gathered together under a deep shadow. They were 2 men and a woman, a man in his mid-30s, a man in his late 20s with an unusually large head, and a woman with dark skin in her mid-20s. They were gathered together in a cluster under a deep shadow. What they were looking at was an 8-story building that had become a ruin. She is right there, isn't she? There's definitely a trail here. But why isn't there any signal? Let's send a signal again. Their identity was none other than the members of the resistance who Lee was supposed to meet up with. Team leader, let's just go in. However, Lee did not come to the meeting place. It wasn't unusual. Taegu City was the area of the 2nd Operations Command, and there was nothing strange about the accident. Therefore, they had a 2nd and 3rd place to prepare for such a situation. One of the places was the 8-story building that the 3 were looking at. Clearly, there were traces. I'm sure she is inside. However, there is no answer to the signal. Team leader, let's just go in. So, when they found traces of Lee on the way, they thought there would be no big problem. But when there was no answer even after sending several signals to the building, the story changed. There was a trail, but there was no answer. In this case, she might not answer because of a serious injury. Head, nigger, be quiet. At this moment, however, a man in his mid-30s, who was called the team leader, did not move quickly. At that moment, shadows began to shuffle between the dark shadows behind their backs. Team leader, what are you waiting for? There's nobody around, isn't there? There are footprints there. There are a lot of traces of military boots. So she's in danger, isn't she? We have to get in there quickly. If there had been a battle, there would be traces of fighting, but there was no sign of it. Maybe it's a trap. But the 3 were unaware that the black-masked ninja appeared behind them. It wasn't just because of their incompetence. Ninjas were not even breathing. Soon after, 5 ninjas who appeared without a sound simultaneously threw out the throwing daggers in their hands. Whiz! Only then were the sounds that the knives cracked the wind, and team leader Ko Suk-woo turned his head to notice them. Oh, my God! It was a late response. When Ko turned his head, the throwing daggers were already too close to them. The throwing daggers were all like butterflies, their arcs completely arbitrary. Some were flying straight, some were drawing a parabola from top to bottom, and some were flying like ducks and drakes on the ground. They were unpredictable. Of course, it was impossible to avoid them. Ah! In front of the scene, Ko just let out a sigh. Then the throwing daggers stopped in midair. What is it? What? The remaining 2 turned their heads along with Ko, and they could see what was going on as well. Ugh! Huck! The 2 were frightened in front of the throwing daggers, which had come so close to them, but had stopped, just like that. What? And it wasn't just them who were freaked out. The words of the ninjas that threw the throwing daggers also sounded the same as those of the first 2. Thunk! The arrow which suddenly appeared penetrated the ninjas' heads, and the ninjas became dead and fell to the ground. Tanaka, who was wearing a white mask and watching the scene from the roof of the building, was also frightened. What is this? Originally the purpose of Tanaka was to help Major General Lee Ki-soo when he came down to Taegu City while waiting with the 2nd Operations Command in Taegu. Of course, the real mission was to remove him if he made it alive to Taegu City, due to Hayato's mistakes and incompetence. However, at the moment of the death of Lee Ki-soo, the mainland of Japan gave Tanaka a new mission. In order to invade the Korean peninsula, they needed to build a base area in Busan where the Busan port was located. From then on, he began actively helping the 2nd Operations Command. Of course, he started to clean up the resistance, the biggest headache of the 2nd Operations Command. There was no trouble. All he had to do was tag something, and he could see where they were, in real time. To him, taking care of Lee Yana, who had already been tagged for tracking, was virtually a game. Tanaka, who had done what he came to do, came here to play with his toy. He came here for that reason. Who the hell is it? There was something in front of him that he dared not even imagine. I must run away. Fortunately, at this moment Tanaka knew what he had to do. I must run away first. The most important lesson Tanaka had learned in return for surviving in the hell that was Tokyo, never face the unknown fear. But he did not carry out the lesson. Oh, my God! As Tanaka turned around to escape, a man appeared in front of his eyes in the sky. The man really fell from the sky. Let me attack first. The moment Tanaka saw the man, he was not astonished. He took out a kunai. The first attack gets victory. He tried to take advantage of the first attack. However, it was up to the other side. Swish! As Tanaka pulled out the kunai, a sword appeared like a lightning bolt from the sky and cut the wrist holding it. Thud! Tanaka's eyes opened wide enough when he saw his hand holding the kunai fall to the ground. But he was not allowed to be surprised or scream. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Tanaka's body began to rise, like he was being pulled up by a noose. He touched his neck with his hands. No, he was touching his neck with a good hand and a severed stump. In the meantime, the man in front of Tanaka came toward him slowly and said in fluent Japanese. Kazami Hayato. Ugh. For Tanaka, it was not good news that the man in front of him was good with Japanese. He confessed all of the descriptions of Musashi's people in 10 minutes. I thought it would be difficult because he was a ninja, but he had no resistance to torture, and he asked for a deal when I pulled out 3 of his fingernails. Ugh, ugh. I wonder how long you'll last. 5. The office with the soft smell of coffee. That is our story. After finishing the story in front of the coffee smell, Lee looked at the man who was drinking it. The man, who was savoring it, did not reply easily. But Lee was no longer surprised. She knew now that it was impossible to open the mouth of Kim Tae-hoon when he had coffee. Kim started to think with his coffee. Cho Sung-yeon. The most important information that Kim learned was that the leader of the resistance was Cho Sung-yeon. I can't believe I am seeing him here. It was one of the 3 things that must be done in the bucket list that he delivered to himself through his death in a dream. Kim was supposed to make Cho Sung-yeon president. I'm sick of it. The problem was that he had heard the name of Cho Sung-yeon from others, as well as Lee Yun-ah. Kim swallowed. 4 people, including Lee around him, swallowed, too. They were nervous ahead of his answer. Your leader has been captured by the 2nd Operations Command. Kim dealt them a hard blow. What? They caught him 2 days ago. Tanaka was the name of another person from whom Kim had heard the name Cho Sung-yeon. In front of Kim's torture, he gave up everything he knew. He had been able to catch Cho Sung-yeon, the leader of the resistance that he had wanted so much, with his ability to track his opponent, 2 days ago. Nonsense. Then they would have no reason to come after me. Lee denied Kim's words. Her denial was appropriate enough. It's their purpose to catch a leader, and if they've got a leader, why would they come after me? Where did you hear that crap? The reason why the 2nd Operations Command was trying to catch the resistance executives was to learn the location of Cho Sung-yeon. Was there any reason why those who had already caught Cho Sung-yeon would hide the fact and chase the executives? However, Kim did not raise any doubts about this situation. Rather, from his point of view, the actions of the 2nd Operations Command were reasonable. The rebel group in the point formation makes 2 choices when a leader is caught. One is to do everything in its power to rescue the leader, or to select a new leader. Whatever they choose, there is something in common. What is it? Changing the hideouts and networks that they used to use. It's the basic of the basics. The capture of the leader is proof that the secrets of the organization have been exposed to some degree. Of course, as soon as the leader is caught, the organization must change the basic system totally. So, when they root out groups such as rebels and terrorists, they do not inform anyone if they catch a leader. Rather, they act as if they did not catch the leader, and they use the information they get from the leader to find the remaining parties, including the executives. The 2nd Operations Command was now doing the same thing, for they would want to root out the resistance as far as possible. Although they had caught Cho Sung-yeon, it would be only known after his execution ceremony and after some achievements were noted. I can't guarantee his life, or maybe he's already dead. As Kim knew, there was no expert in the 2nd Operations Command who could torture a person until he was on the brink of death. Above all, Cho Sung-yeon, who Kim heard about from Lee, was a man with a strong will and determination. If there was a moment, if there was a chance, the man would be willing to kill himself. He was a man who would not tolerate his life harming his organization. The bucket list and the wish list never reverse. Kim did not hesitate anymore. No, there was no reason to hesitate. Even if it was not because of Cho Sung-yeon, there was a good reason to attack the 2nd Operations Command. The time was just a little faster. We are going to rescue Cho Sung-yeon immediately. At that remark, Lee asked reflexively. When are you going to do it? It was a reflexive question, literally. She was so eager to save Cho Sung-yeon that she blurted it out. Answering her question in return, Kim started to calculate the time for the plan by looking at his wristwatch. Now, it's 7:22 p.m., it takes about 5 minutes to get to Daegu City Hall, where the headquarters of the 2nd Operations Command is located. If I add time to understand the situation and the operation plan. Kim finished his calculation and said, we attack Daegu City Hall at 7:30 p.m., 8 minutes from now. It was a dark basement. Only one light, a yellowish lamp, glowed in the darkness. Under the lamp was a metal chair. A man sat in an iron chair that reminded someone of an electric torture chair, expertly tied up. His limbs were firmly fixed on the metal chair. The man looked terrible. His 2 hands were tied to the armrests, and all 10 fingers were bleeding, with no nails, and broken multiple times. The shape of his thighs was even worse, with dozens of nails sticking out of them. The name of the man with terrible wounds and a gag was Cho Sung-yeon. Ah! The 28-year-old young man was on the verge of death. The only reason for his death was that he had said that something wrong was wrong. Damn it! Of course, he was angry at the fact. In other words, he kept his will in spite of this terrible wounds. Screech! There was finally a sound in the basement. It was the sound of the door opening. Who is it? Clump. A string of footsteps followed. Cho carefully opened his eyes, which were burning very brightly, unlike his horrible shape. Was that why? Cho was able to see 2 men coming toward him from beyond the darkness. One was a man in a military uniform. His rank was major, but his image was not at all like a soldier. He looked like a civilian in a military costume play. The other was a man dressed in an outfit reminiscent of a Japanese samurai of the Sengoku period, wearing breathtaking armor and a sword at his waist. It was an extraordinary combination, but it was a familiar combination one to Cho. Here they are, the damn Japanese and the pro-Japanese bastard. Kojima and Jang Byung-wook. It was already the 3rd time that they had come to Cho Sung-yeon. The 2 stood in front of Cho. When Kojima gave the signal, Jang immediately pulled out the gag in his mouth. Phew! It's numb. As soon as the gag disappeared, Cho Sung-yeon immediately spoke to Jang. Jang was not surprised, as this was not the first time for him, but the 3rd time. Oh, I'm tingling, Cho said after his jaw was loosened to some extent, because he had been gagged. I don't want to kill myself by biting my tongue, but you keep gagging my tongue. King bastards, I will not die if I bite my tongue. Jang did not answer to Cho's complaints. Instead, he conveyed his words to Kojima in Japanese. The samurai, with his thick beard covering his chin, nodded and smiled. Then Kojima said something, and Jang interpreted the words. He says the offer is still valid. What? What? I can't hear you because you're a pro-Japanese bastard. Jang's face hardened, and Cho smiled deeply. What are you doing? Just interpret it. You got the major's rank to do it. Of course, under the 2nd Operations Command, there are more people with major ranks than 2nd lieutenants. They have no pension, and they have to make their own rank insignia and attach it to their clothes by themselves. The major is a rank that everyone ignores. Jang interpreted the words again after he clenched his mouth tightly at the words of Cho. Kojima's expression hardened when the interpreter had properly delivered it. Then again, Kojima spoke, and Jang Byung-wook translated it. If you accept the offer, the ninja and samurai on the Japanese mainland will be your power, you can destroy the 2nd Operations Command, you will manage Korea, and you will be the king of Korea. No, I can be a king by myself. Why do the damn Japanese decide that? Funny little bastards. The conversation was repeated through the translation. But in fact, the interpreter was actually meaningless to Cho. I'm annoyed to hear the translation in the middle, pretending not to speak Japanese. Cho knew how to speak Japanese. But he pretended not to know Japanese, and then he could hear it straight away. You must win him over to our side somehow, and he must not die. But you see, he is so stubborn, you know that he is a real tough cookie. He has to be alive. Well, it's not something I can do. The 2 talked to each other, giving up the conversation with Cho. Anyway, thanks to acting like he could not speak Japanese, he learned important facts. Kojima, this samurai from Japan, wanted to save Cho. He had never told Jang why, but Cho was able to guess the reason. Maybe he'll release me soon. That way, the resistance led by Cho would harass the 2nd Operations Command as ever, so that the 2nd Operations Command would pay tribute to these ridiculous 21st century ninjas and samurai. Or, on the other hand, the resistance would quake and bow down to Japan to destroy the Second Operations Command. To Japan, it was much better than one side pushing the other side. *T, they really piss me off. It was ridiculous to Cho. Tanaka went to catch Lee Yuna. He'll catch her sooner or later, and then I'll talk to him again. Cho heard the name of Lee Yuna. Damn it. When he heard it, he closed his eyes to hide how shaken he was. Thump. A sudden roar shook the Taegu City Hall building above them. Screech, screech. The light shook above Cho's head, and it told them that the shock they felt was not an illusion. What's going on? I don't know. We're going out. If an earthquake happens, it's not good to be underground. The two left the basement immediately. For their benefit, Cho responded with all his might. He clutched the fingers of both his hands, still tied to the armrests, except the two middle fingers. 7. Kim Tae-hoon had been unusually weak. It was not a joke. He had always had to deal with overwhelming enemies, and of course, he knew better than anyone how to deal with a strong person. But it did not mean that the strong did not know how to deal with the weak. Rather, in order for the weak to catch the strong, he had to know how the strong catch the weak. Therefore, he knew better than anyone else how to deal with the weak. It's a monster. A monster of smoke. Kim's choice against the Second Operations Command was not difficult, it was a straight frontal breakthrough. He attacked once he summoned the golden smoke using the gilt bronze incense burner of beach. Well, I think that's a person. That's not a person. Now, the gilt bronze incense burner of beach used Kim's mana. He had eaten the monster stone of the blue-grade gamecock, so now it summoned figures made of wild animals, flying animals, and humans. The summoned creatures of the golden smoke that appeared began to hunt the soldiers who were filling the area around Taegu City Hall. It was a one-sided hunt. Arg. The summoned creatures' teeth and claws ripped into the soldiers' bodies without mercy, but they responded with a rain of gunfire. Tututu. The guns don't work. Rather, the shots passed through the body of the summoned and hit the bodies of their forces beyond it. Stop shooting. Stop shooting, someone with a major's rank shouted, but someone else with a major's rank also shouted. Shoot. Get that monster. It was a mess. Fire. It was the fire that started to fill the surrounding buildings of Taegu City Hall and made it an even greater hellish mess. Foo-hoo-hoo. The fire was caused by Kim. He started to set fires everywhere. He knew the power of fire, especially in this confusing situation, and people never approached a place where fire was located. Of course, people were driven to a place where there was no fire, and where they were driven. Boom. Aowawarg. The booby traps that Kim installed were in operation. The booby trap, which was created based on grenades, caused a lot of casualties. Ugh, help me. Get away. Run. Aowawarg. It created a huge fear that could not be compared with the casualties. In front of that fear, proper leadership and command were no longer possible. As expected. In addition, they were not able to receive proper leadership and command. Their ability to fight against monsters is very weak. Taegu City is currently under the influence of the Tripitaka Koreana of the nearby Hain Temple. They are free from the threat of monsters. It is not bad. It is a miracle and a good fortune given by heaven. But it is also true that the miracle took away the monster resistance that Taegu people should have. It is the opposite of the Mac Guild. If it were the Mac Guild, they would have certainly shared their roles in this confusion. They would have evacuated, and the commandos would have risked their lives to earn the time to evacuate. Of course, the situation would not have changed much. If that ability was present in the Second Operations Command, Kim would have devised a new plan accordingly. I will go in. Soon Kim changed his dress. As soon as he had arrived in Taegu, he had donned the major's uniform and held a bag and a sword at his chest. Kim went into Taegu's city hall, leaving behind the chaos he had created. No one was deterring him. It was 7:33 p.m. 8. The door to the machine room was a steel door. Standing in front of the solid iron door, Kim looked at the doorknob. The doorknob started to turn slowly. But the door did not open. It was locked. Kim realized that, and he twisted the doorknob. Crack. The doorknob screamed as it was crushed. He opened the door and went in. The pitch darkness welcomed him. It was not difficult to find what he wanted in the dark machine room. There was only one man under a lonely lamp. Who is this time, huh? Where are you from? A little while ago, Kojima and Jang forgot to gag Cho because they left in a hurry, and he was willing to confront the new visitor as best he could. Kim narrowed the distance to Cho. When it was close enough, he examined Cho's face carefully. He had the image of a man in his late 20s, his lips split from torture, and his skin and bones dried by dehydration. His dark eyebrows were like a pine caterpillar drawn on the skull. But his eyes were the most impressive. Even in front of this absurd torture, the eyes of Cho were not dead at all. There's another weird bastard again. In the eyes of Kim, Cho vomited his words without his spirit not being pressed. Name, Kim asked him the first question. What? What? Cho questioned in return with a wry smile. Name. Look at this. Do you have 8th grade syndrome? Name. My last name is Mother, and my first name is F***Ker. Together, it's Mother**Ker. That's my name. Kim smiled at the repeated defiance of Cho. Cho's spirit died for the first time with the smile. What's with this bastard? Cho considered Kim a major of the 2nd Operations Command. He had no choice but to think so. It was enough to think that the uniform with a major's rank he was wearing was not a Japanese military uniform. However, Kim's eyes and attitude were completely different. Above all, that smile was totally different. Since December 31, 2016, Cho has never seen anyone smile like that. Who are you? Kim Tae-hoon. No, I did not ask your name. Why are you here? I'm here to save you. Cho did not rejoice at the remark. Rather, he made his first serious look. Then he swallowed and said, "Okay, kill me now." His words had not been a joke. I'm serious. There's nothing good about me being alive. Look at my body. Can I ever be a leader with my body in this condition? I have to die and then they can have a new leader. So kill me. Kim did not answer at the sincerity of Cho. Shurung. Instead of answering, one of the 2 swords he was holding at his chest, the sword of the Imperator, was picked up. The self-picked sword flew back behind Kim. Clank. Immediately there was a harsh sound of iron meeting. It was the sound of 2 blades hitting. Kim's eyes narrowed. He's called Kojima, he's a samurai, Cho explained to Kim. Be careful, his skills aren't normal. My colleagues couldn't even touch him. No, just kill me and go. Considering that you're here, your skills are not normal, he warned Kim. Does he have good information? What? Is he worth not killing? Well, it depends on you being able to take out the information. Of course, it was the most useless warning in the world. Before the appearance of the monsters, Kojima was a policeman. As a special note, he had a 4th grade in Kendo. But after the monsters appeared, he had changed. He became a warrior fighting against monsters. He survived in Tokyo, as a warrior. That was enough. Surviving in Tokyo, which had become a hell, was its own medal and evidence for Kojima, proof that he was strong. Do you know how to handle a sword? There was no reason for him to step down against Kim Tae-hoon. No, he was enjoying the situation. I was bored, that's good. Since he had stepped in Korea, everyone he dealt with was weak. Not only were they weak, but they were not able to fight properly. Even those with the marks on the back of their hands did not know how to handle the relics, and most of them did not handle guns in a skilled manner. It was ridiculous. It was so absurd that he was annoyed beyond his boredom. In such a situation, Kim's appearance was a pleasant stimulus to Kojima, and enjoyed the battlefield. Swish. As if to enjoy the pleasant stimulus, Kojima moved his sword. He added his left hand to the sword he had held in his right hand. Hijikiri will taste the blood of a man after a long time. He held Hijikiri, his favorite sword, with both hands. Of course, Hijikiri was not an ordinary sword. The first thing to consider was its name. When they cut a person's head off with the sword, they cut his beard along with it. Because of that, the name Hijikiri was given to it. TL note, Hagakiri literally means, beard off. At the same time, it was a treasure formerly on display at the Kitano Tenmengu Shrine in Kyoto, Japan, as a national important cultural asset. It was a sword sharp enough that it was not unusual to cut a person's body in two even if he swung it with one hand. The fact that he held such a sword in both hands meant that Kojima would fight with all his might from now on. In front of Kojima, Kim also picked up the other sword. Tsrong. He pulled the other sword out of the remaining sheath of the two he had in his arms. The sword that appeared was splendid, decorated with the same gold as its sheath, and on the end of the hilt was attached a ring ornament. Chanmachong Wandadido. It was a sword that Kim had newly acquired, it was evidence that Kim had changed. So far, he has only used the sword of the Imperator, because it was the only sword he owned. Kojima, who did not know that, moved as soon as Kim grabbed the sword. Kojima concentrated his energy on his toes, and he injected energy into his sword. Tsu. Hijikiri took the energy and began to emit purple energy with a scream. The first attacker gets the victory. What Kojima aimed was as clear as daylight. But the first attack was Kim's share. Huck. It was Kojima who moved first, but the sword that Kim swung toward the coming Kojima was faster. There was no particular reason. If their weight and physiques were similar, the car with superior emissions and horsepower was faster. If Kojima was a pretty good sports sedan, Kim was a sports car made by Bugatti. Even if Kojima pressed the accelerator first, Kim would have been the first to take the lead. Let me stop at once. In the end, Kojima gave up on the first attack. Instead, he lifted the sword with both hands over his head to parry Kim's sword, which was coming down to split his head with great force. He drew a horizontal line with the sword over his head. Clank. The two swords clashed and a rough sound came out. Ugh. At the same time, the two legs of Kojima, which prevented Kim from hitting his sword, were stuck in the ground. The footprints of the Kojima were carved into the cement floor. What power! Even though Kim held the sword with one hand and Kojima with both hands, Kojima could not push him back. Ah! Kojima screamed and squeezed all his strength out, but nothing changed. Kojima could barely endure Kim's crushing power. Next attack. At this moment, Kojima waited only for Kim to make his next attack. Kim, however, did not intend to do so from the beginning. As said earlier, Kim carried two swords because he had a good reason. The reason was now apparent. Swish. The sword of the Imperator, which was rolling on the floor, began to move by itself. The number of swords that Kim could handle perfectly was 2. That's why Kim had 2 swords. This crazy monster, where only then did Kojima see properly. Kim was a monster incomparable with any monster he had faced in Tokyo. Kim spoke slowly to Kojima in Japanese, "I won't kill you." 2. Oh, my God. The resistance was created to resist the perpetual violence of the Second Operations Command. They were David and the Second Operations Command was Goliath. It was never a good story. David originally could not beat Goliath. The same was true of the residents. It was virtually impossible for David's men to defeat Goliath's second operations command. Is it really true what we are seeing? Oh, it's real. The second operations command has been controlled most of the people who rushed to the city of Taegu. They early identified the Awakeners and the existence of the relics, and they made the Awakeners their own forces. The second operations command was not just a force, but a group of already privileged people with power. On the other hand, the resistance was a gathering of exploited people who did not have power. Therefore, the resistance could not win the fight against the second operations command in the first place. But now the second operations command was being taken down by a man. Only one man. The second operations command was screaming in front of only one man. No, now, there was no screaming to be heard anymore. The survivors ran away without looking back, and the only ones left were the dead. That's absurd. Lee Yuna and the members of the resistance who watched the scene felt fear rather than excitement at this moment. How the hell did this happen? It was the fear that the world had changed while they were trapped in the land of Taegu, and that it had turned into a form that they could not even imagine. In that fear, Kim appeared on the roof of the building they were at. Thump. Kim appeared with a heavy sound, with 2 swords on his back and a third in his hand. He was an overwhelming figure. Kim made a one-sided gesture. Come along. Yes. Everyone was just as surprised as they were. How did you know where we were? Lee asked in return. There was no answer to the question. Kim immediately headed toward the stairs that led up to the roof. Lee turned her head once again following Kim, and she looked down at Taegu's city hall. I know one thing for sure. Lee, looking at the burning Taegu city hall, was able to be sure of one fact at this moment. I must not make him an enemy. Don't make Kim an enemy. It was a very important lesson. 3. A building which was not far from Taegu city hall. Leader. Hey, nice to meet you, I'm so glad to see you. In the building, Lee and his colleagues were able to meet their leader. But the meeting was not pleasant. What the hell have you been through? It was because of Cho Sung-yeon's terrible appearance. It was hard to find a good place on his whole body as he lay on the floor. If the eyebrows like a pine caterpillar and the eyes still glistening under them were not the same, they would not think of him as Cho Sung-yeon. They could not believe that the last time they saw his face was only 5 days ago. Suddenly the samurai and the ninjas came into the secret hideout, killed everyone else, and tortured me after they saved me. What the hell was that? We'll talk about it later. In addition, Cho did not intend to make this moment a pleasant situation. Tell everyone through the emergency contact network right now, leave the hideouts and wait until they hear from me. Cho's eyes were serious. Move right away. Cho reiterated with his eyes. It was more important to act than to talk about his body and his wounds. That was the driving force when everybody became David and fought against Goliath. When everyone turned away from what was right, he was facing what was right and dignified. He was the most honest lighthouse. If the lighthouse showed what it had to do, it was only necessary for them to do it. I understand. I'll move. The moment the resistance moved again, Kim was downstairs. He wasn't alone. Kojima was sitting on the iron chair in only his underwear, where Cho had sat a few hours ago. Kim was boiling water with Kojima in front of him. At the fact, Kojima opened his eyes wide and asked Kim why he was boiling water. Ah. However, the gag in his mouth made it impossible to have a proper conversation. I'm going to make some coffee. Nevertheless, Kim managed to understand Kojima's words, and began to pour water into the coffee dripper he had prepared after the answer. Dribbling. With the faint sound of water, the subtle aroma of coffee began to spread. The eyes of Kojima at the sight were full of fear and doubt. What the hell are you doing? He was expecting to be tortured. But the act of making coffee before torture was not something he expected. Fortunately, Kojima's doubts did not last long. Kim, who poured as much water as he wanted in the coffee dripper, approached Kojima with the kettle and tilted the kettle over his right thigh. Dribbling. Arg. The hot water scalded his thigh, and moaning came out of his mouth. Arg. The crazy pain stopped only after Kim's tilted kettle found its original horizontality again. Chalang. Chalang. Kim shook the kettle to check the remaining amount of water and filled the kettle with more water. He put the kettle back on the flames of the burning solid fuel. I have some ideas to think about when torturing people, Kim spoke calmly. I think you thought, when I torture someone, I will never be tortured like this. I can't get hurt, and I'm safe. I'm sure you thought that when you tortured Cho, because it was too much to see. Arg. In front of Kim's eerie notice, Kojima looked at the melted skin on his thigh as he screamed. Kim did not speak to Kojima anymore. He did not ask questions or notify him. Now was the time to wait. It was the time to wait until this pain and his words were rooted in the mind of Kojima. Then, Kim organized the questions that he was going to ask. He looked at the mark of Kojima's right hand with his black eyes. The sum of strength and health is 310, the energy rank is B, the defense is C+ rank, and the remaining mana and mana resistance ranks are D+. Kojima's abilities were excellent. He was raised. It was evident that an awakener named Kojima had eaten monster stones through proper monster hunting. It's not just what he had killed, he could not make that much if he hunted and ate alone, so he also ate what others killed. Kim turned his eyes and looked at the sword he had obtained from Kojima. Sad face Hijkairi. It was a second-grade special relic, not a common relic, but a weapon of great value. It was a thing that would not be given to ordinary people. These two things were telling him the value of the man named Kojima in Japan. He is an important person. He is in a very important position. But Hayato didn't know much about Kojima. The problem was that Kim did not have any information about Kojima from the information he obtained by torturing Hayato. Hayato could not have forgotten an important person like Kojima at all. And if Hayato had known, Kim would have known about Kojima, because Hayato had vomited everything he had known to Kim. Kojima came to Korea after Hayato had come to Seoul, and that fact was not told to Hayato. In other words, a new operation was established while Hayato was performing his mission in Seoul, which meant that Kojima was newly dispatched to carry out the operation. The man named Musashi, who was currently called the Master, would have given the mission to Kojima. Kim combined the information and created questions that would penetrate Kojima's shaking mind. What is the new command that Musashi gave you? The question that penetrated the core caused Kojima's eyes to open wide. Then, Kojima pressed the gag tightly, displaying his willingness not to tell. It was also the reaction Kim had hoped for. So, he picked up the kettle again, and finally, he warned Kojima, "Don't think Koreans will tolerate Japanese who are playing tricks on the Korean peninsula." 4. Jang Sung-hoon was actually the second most powerful person in the Republic of Korea, and he was sitting in a chair and chewing on his anguish. I'm crazy. There had been a lot of work for him recently. Once the full authority of the Capital Defense Command was delegated, the Mac Guild had to make a major reorganization. But it was not tormenting Jang now. In fact, that part was easily processed. When one organization is reorganized, the most problematic part is the backlash from the losers. However, the reorganization was smoothly proceeding, as there was no such rebellion under the Mac Guild. It was because there was no bigger deterrent than having Kim as an enemy. Japan. It was none other than Japan that worried Jang. Japan was once again burning its will to invade Korea, and it was already on the move. If the information obtained through the ninja and Colonel Jang Soguk was true, it was more serious than expected. It's a real war now. It was not a normal problem. In fact, the confrontation that had existed on the Korean peninsula had been close to a civil war, but the minimum line was not crossed. But if we start a war with Japan, it is literally a national war. There is no line to keep each other separate. But if the target is Japan and Korea, they will be beyond the line that they shouldn't cross at all. So far, the history of the Korean peninsula and the history of the Japanese archipelago has proved this fact. There's nothing strange about what Japanese people do. So we have to keep in mind whatever they can do. That was the reason for the agony. Japan would do whatever it could do to Korea, and the scope of what might happen had to be taken into consideration. Jang, who was looking at Didangio Jito hung in his office, rose from his seat. A number of lights on Didangio Jito, which was reflected in Jang's eyes, began to move quickly. The moving lights were green and blue ones. Why are these bastards moving all of a sudden? And the movement was centered around the Sobik Mountains. Green and blue lights were moving to Mtgaya and the city of Daegu. It was clear proof. It's too creepy, isn't it? It was proof that the huge wall, which had been blocking the monsters so far, had disappeared. It was evident that someone had crossed the line that should not have been crossed. Jang searched through the mountain Gaia. What's in Gaia? *T, Hain Temple is there. Lying like a corpse in the middle of a dark room, Cho turned his head and saw a man coming into the room. Oh, are you here? Cho welcomed the man's visit. How do you do? I hope you had a good result. Let's talk a little bit more. However, Kim Tae-hoon's atmosphere was not good compared with that of Cho, who expressed his welcome joyfully. It was the worst. His image was frightening. Because of that, Cho recalled the moment when he had met Kim the first time. It was never the best kind of a first meeting. No, if Cho had been Kim, he would not have let go of the first meeting. At least he would have used the fact to negotiate. I was so rude in the first meeting, wasn't I? Cho was willing to apologize. Please understand, as you can see my current condition, I was so badly tortured that I didn't see anything, and I apologize if you were offended anyway. It was a heartfelt apology. It was not just a person's apology, but an apology that should be done as a leader of the organization called Resistance. I have to deal with this guy somehow. Although Kim had destroyed Daegu City Hall, the headquarters of the 2nd Operations Command, all of the power did not collapse yet. The headquarters had just collapsed, and the power of the 2nd Operations Command still remained sufficient. Of course, the 2nd Operations Command would recognize all of this as a masterpiece of the resistance. So how would the 2nd Operations Command move? Would they lift their arms up into the sky and declare surrender, or would they do their best to root out the resistance forces? If we miss this guy, the damage will be uncontrollable. The answer was obvious. In such a situation, there would be no victory if they missed Kim, the only lifeline of the resistance. If necessary, they should kneel naked and bow down. In addition, Cho was a man who could do that much, a man who was willing to do so if he could save the life of his colleagues in exchange for his disgrace. However, Kim's expression did not change at all at such a sincere apology. It was eerie, severe, and bloody. Please blow your steam off, and if you want, I'll kneel before you here. How many troops are in Hain Temple? For the first time, words flowed out of Kim's firm face. What? What is the number and quality of troops of the 2nd Operations Command stationed at Hain Temple? At that question of Kim, Cho wondered, what is he talking about? However, Cho was quick-witted. Rather, he changed the question mark on his face to an exclamation point as if he had noticed something. Cho's eyes had changed to look like Kim. Once in Heinsa, almost all of the 201st Commando Brigade's troops are stationed there at all times, and 3 more infantry battalions are deployed throughout the Gyeosan National Park. In addition, the 52nd Military Support Team regularly transports supplies, and the 52nd Military Support Team has about 2 battalions of escort troops. It was a detailed explanation. Thanks to the explanation, Kim was able to move on to the next question. What is the number of awakeners? Awakeners? Ah. 3 of the men who have been appointed colonel are always stationed there. How strong is a colonel? Well. Cho recalled the awakened who had received the colonel rank. The second operations command gave them a major rank to the awakeners first. Since then, those who made a contribution, or the awakeners with excellent ability, had been given a higher rank. A colonel was a rank that was received those with outstanding ability and achievement. What if you compared them with me? They can't be compared with you. Naturally, they were not that good. They could not be compared with Kim. They could stop that Kojima, the samurai who you caught. They are not weak. Indeed, the 3 colonels there are ones who survived in the war against the green-eyed monster that once appeared. Kim closed his eyes when he heard the words. He finished his calculations in his mind. With that power, they cannot stop it. When he finished his calculation, Kim took something out of his arms. It was a bird sculpture, Okjo. He injected mana into the Okjo, and then the size of the Okjo, half the size of a cigarette pack, began to grow. Then the Okjo, which was now a dove, waited for its order with its head on the palm of his hand. He said to the Okjo, Jang Sung-hoon, the Tripitaka Koreana in Heinsa is damaged now. The culprit is Japan. Watch the movements of monsters in the Sobek Mountains and remove our troops waiting near the Sobek Mountains. Deliver the monsters' movements through the Okjo. Kim, who finished his speech, recalled Jang's face in his mind while looking at the eyes of the Okjo. The Okjo, after listening to Kim's words quietly, nodded. Go and tell him what I said. When the order was given, the Okjo began to flap its powerful wings. It quickly left the room. After sending off the Okjo, Kim turned his attention to Cho again. At this moment, he could not find any more leisure or playfulness on the face of Cho. What do you mean that the Tripitaka Koreana is damaged? Kim Tae-hoon answered the question immediately, it's my mistake. What? Samurai Kojima came here to burn the Tripitaka Koreana of Heinsa if the situation was not good. No, what is it? Kojima was a man who Japan had prepared, just in case. Even if things didn't go as planned, Japan desired to leave an indelible scar on the Korean peninsula that could not be taken away, and to plant a terrible confusion on the wound. Japan was aware of the amazing treasure, the Tripitaka Koreana, and if the situation was not good, it also planned to burn the Tripitaka Koreana. At first, Japan intended to move the Tripitaka Koreana to Japan. There was no treasure in Japan that protected a vast area of 40 kilometers from the threat of monsters. The problem was that the Tripitaka Koreana was too big to just take it. It was the reason why Japan prepared to burn it. In that situation, I tortured Tanaka who came to catch Lee Yun-ah, and then I killed him. The problem is that they have a way to check their colleagues' deaths through shikigami, Japanese ghosts. As soon as Tanaka died, the ninjas who were waiting around Heinsa immediately burned the Tripitaka Koreana. And the switch of the fire was not only because of the death of Tanaka and Kojima. Japan had no difficulty deciding what to do because there was a way to grasp the death of a colleague in real time using shikigami. When Kim tortured Tanaka and got information from him, and killed him, the fact was transmitted to the ninjas who were waiting around Heinsa in real time, and they immediately acted. Kim had actually pressed the switch of the bomb installed in Heinsa Temple. What the hell? However, it was just absurd for Cho, who did not know the details. No, even if he knew the details, he could not accept this fact now. No, what kind of crazy bastard burned it? It was a treasure. It was a pride that the Republic of Korea would give to the future generations on the Korean peninsula. Therefore, even in the situation where the Second Operations Command and the Resistance killed each other, the Tripitaka Koreana was excluded from the battle. The Resistance did not touch the Tripitaka Koreana, and the Second Operations Command did not withdraw the troops to defend the Tripitaka Koreana, no matter how severe the resistance activities were. But now the treasure was burning. The absurd thing happened. It was something that was not acceptable. It was something that shouldn't be. But at this moment, Kim was able to clearly explain why it burned. Because it's a war. It was not just a war, but a war between two countries, Korea and Japan, who hated each other. They could do anything in such a war. Once Japan showed its will, they did something to Korea. In other words, no matter what Korea would do against Japan from now on, it would not be a problem. So at this moment, Kim was not enraged. War is not fought by emotion. No matter what we do, a war is not an easy one. When you get emotional, everything collapses. Kim judged it that way calmly and coolly. The most problematic thing at this point is the blue-grade monster that is now moving. First, Kim faced the most important issue. The issue he faced right now was not the Tripitaka Koreana burning. It was already lost. What they lost was not coming back. The problem was that Taegu City, which was protected by the Tripitaka Koreana, was exposed to monsters after the disappearance of the Tripitaka Koreana. Currently, most survivors of the Gyeongsang area were gathered in Taegu City. For monsters, Taegu City was the most coveted fishing ground in the world. Above all, Taegu had no owner, and that was important. The absence of a master meant that they did not have to occupy the area through a struggle with another strong monster. The first one to come would be the owner. Absolutely, a blue-grade monster is coming to Taegu. That was the problem. And it was a problem that had to be solved. Kim had no intention of going to Japan, leaving a threat to the land of the Korean peninsula behind. I'll kill 2 blue-grade monsters. In other words, the moment when the threat to the Korean peninsula disappeared, Kim's next target would be Japan. 6. At first, all the Sobeek mountain monsters moved at the same time, but at some point, the movement stopped, and instead, only the 2 blue-grade monsters moved. One of them is moving to Taegu. The expected route is to enter Taegu City after going through Palgongsan. Jang Sung-hoon's voice came out clearly from the Okjo's mouth. The story was long. But none of the long stories were good. It was all terrible. Oh, my God. When the Okjo finally said everything, Cho, who had finished grasping the situation before and after, spoke with a sigh. The blue-grade, the blue-eyed monster was right around. Cho also knew that the grade of the monster varied depending on the color of the eyes. The strongest monster that he had seen so far was a monster with green eyes. In addition, the green-grade monster was the trigger for him to organize the resistance. In March, a green-grade monster appeared while the 2nd Operations Command was digging up the royal tombs to find Manpasakjiok and Gungchuk in Gyeongju while snow was still on the ground. The result was terrible. There were 6,000 deaths and 400 dead awakeners. Cho saw the scene in person, and he could not accept that he had to keep working on digging up the royal tombs without knowing the reason in a world full of monsters. But now Kim said that there was a stronger monster than the green-grade monster. No way, Cho was stunned by this terrible fact. And at the same time, he remembered his duty. We have to evacuate. We need to tell Taegu City about this fact. We need to inform the 2nd Operations Command. We need to evacuate them. Arg. Cho tried to raise his body as it was, but he screamed at the pain coming from his legs and fingers. He could not stand up alone, but he tried to get up again somehow, even though he screamed. No, if we let it go, it'll kill us all. I'll have to evacuate them all. At this moment, he only thought that he should evacuate everyone. All he could think was that he could save one more. Cho thought that one of them could live, even if he was a soldier of the 2nd Operations Command who wanted to kill him. He was such a man. In the first place, he did not organize the resistance forces for his own benefit. To say the right thing was right and the wrong thing was wrong, he organized the resistance. God damn it. Kim was impressed by such an image of Cho. Furthermore, it was the first time he saw such a sense of justice from Cho. Cho was the only one who cried so sadly about the values that everyone should follow. He is like a lighthouse. Only then did Kim know why he had asked himself on the bucket list to make him president. Cho was the one who would walk toward the right values in the midst of chaos. He was the man of the greatest virtues necessary to be the leader of the great group. However, Kim was not impressed so much at this moment. It was not the time to be so moved that his heart was overflowing, since he was a hunter. What mattered to hunter Kim Tae-hoon was his attitude toward the monster who was coming to Taegu. Blue grade. The first thing a hunter has to do before he hunts is to measure the level of his game. Currently, he did not know the identity of the blue-grade monster to Taegu City. He did not know whether it was a wild animal or a flying animal, and he did not know what it was capable of. Even so, he had to assess its strength. The point of reference is the gamecock. For now, Kim had set the gamecock as the starting point. He thought over the battle with the gamecock and pointed out the present differences from the battle at that time. There is no first aid. There is no Kate and Bang Hyun-wook around me now. He did not take down the gamecock just with his power. In a way, Kate's help was huge. He did not know what the outcome would have been if it had not been for the bell-tail of the bell-tailed rat. I'm much stronger than I was then. The level of the relics I have is different. There are the couple burial mound gold earrings, Chanmachong Wandadido, horse figure type earthenware, servant statue, and Hijkairi from Kojima. I'm much stronger now. The abilities I have are different. The telekinesis of A+ rank and anger soaring both made me a stronger hunter. However, I'm not sure. But this alone was not enough to ensure victory. He needed more help. K2. Here, Kim recalled the K2 Air Force Base in Taegu. Radar or wireless communications are currently unavailable. Therefore, fighter jets are also extremely inefficient. Just taking off and landing right away will cause an accident. But the firepower prepared to arm the fighters are valid. The Balkan guns that are used for fighter jets are very powerful. If the 2nd Operations Command were not fools, it would have made several modifications so that it could use the firepower at the K2 Air Force Base in situations where it could not operate a fighter plane. A few more. However, Kim was not easily convinced, even if he included that firepower. This would be a single combat against a unique monster. A false conviction would be death. Therefore, he asked questions. What kind of relics did the 2nd Operations Command bring from Gyeongju? They brought everything from the National Museum. What is the most important relic? The question immediately reminded Cho of a relic. There is the Bell of King Songdik at the K2 Air Force Base. In the hangar. Kim asked in return, do you have any pictures of the Bell of King Songdik? I don't have any pictures at hand. Kim tightened his mouth at the answer. It was a useless question. Right now, Cho was just wearing his pajamas. But I remember. However, Cho's memory was much better than he expected. If someone rings the bell, it defeats all the evil power and weakens monsters. The relic is of the 1st grade, and its value is special. Furthermore, Cho quickly noticed what Kim wanted to hear. When we hunted the green monster, the Bell of King Songdik became a game changer. As soon as the bell rang, the green monster screamed. As soon as Kim heard it, he was confident. I can kill it. Considering the given power, the current power in Taegu, the match was worth a try. Only one thing was left now. Is it worth killing? Hunters do not hunt for prey that is useless and worthless. Kim looked at Cho and asked a question, if I kill the blue-grade monster, can you take control of the 2nd Operations Command? At the remark, Cho thought long and answered briefly. It's certainly possible, as long as you show everyone that you're on my side. 7. Geojik. It was a beast made of ice with a lion's head, eagle's wings, and a snake's tail. It was a giant beast measuring 10 meters in length. Geojik. It was also a beast that froze whatever was around it whenever it moved. Kyurung. At the same time, it was the leader of wolves with white fur numerous enough that they looked like they were covering the snowfield, and all had orange eyes. Kyoyo Eong. The beast stood at the top of Palgongsan, Birabong, looked down at the city of Taegu and gave out a huge cry. At that moment, its eyes glowed bluer than its body. The monster, Freezer, declared that the city of Taegu was its territory at this moment, and that everything there was its game. K-2 Air Force Base. The house of the fighter planes, the hangar, was set in the background of the wide runway. It was filled with turmoil for a long time. There's a monster. What monster? A monster made of gold smoke dash. What the hell are you talking about? Are you crazy? I'm not crazy, it's true. The main cause of the disturbance were soldiers and survivors belonging to the 2nd Operations Command evacuated from Taegu City Hall. The numbers were not small, and there were so many large hangars built to keep fighters that they made the hangars into a mess. There was a monster. No, it was more like turmoil than a mess. Those who had evacuated from Taegu City Hall were constantly shivering, voicing their fears, what they had heard and experienced, and the fear began to occupy the hangars easily. What the hell is going on this time? That was the reality. If someone was to say that an elephant with golden smoke appeared in 2016 and threw a streetlight with its elongated nose, he or she would have been taken to a mental hospital under the treatment of a madman. But 2017 was different. In the world where monsters had appeared, awakeners were born, and relics existed, the elephant made of golden smoke was now a reality and a fact that everyone should accept. There was no reigning in the fear that had begun to spread like that. Shit. Stop it, anyway. Brigadier General, the situation is. Don't talk about the situation, just come up with countermeasures. Countermeasures. Brigadier General, we don't have any way to control it. Who told you to control it? Build up your military power. Get back to Taegu City Hall somehow. How many times did I tell you to make an operation plan and gather troops to recapture Taegu City Hall? The turmoil was because the commanders who should be reigning in this fear could not do their part. Of course, no one could blame them simply for their incompetence. Apart from incompetence, the situation was something that no one had experienced or expected. Taegu City was too calm to anticipate and experience this situation. Taegu City, which was protected by the Tripitaka Koreana, did not even allow the monsters to leave their footprints, and Taegu City Hall did not even allow the resistance footprints. It was too much to ask those who took such safety and serenity for granted to come up with a proper response to the current situation. Shit, get it done. Brigadier General Lee Dae-ju, please, calm down. Calm down. If we keep going like this, I will be in danger. Crucially, it was Lee Dae-ju who felt the most terrible fear at that moment, not the commanders. He was the wing commander of the 11th Air Force, and he had already been nearly killed by the resistance. Therefore, Brigadier General Lee Dae-ju knew better than anyone about the resistance organization. If the resistance had that power, it is obvious that they would only go after the top leaders. The purpose of the resistance was not to destroy the 2nd Operations Command but to reveal the truth. So far, the resistance had focused on the leaders and executives rather than the general soldiers, and they had focused on propaganda rather than war. That was why the 2nd Operations Command wanted to capture Lee Yun-ah, as it was totally different from what the average person said on the propaganda and what Lee Yin-ah said on propaganda. On the other hand, that was all the resistance could do so far. The war against the 2nd Operations Command was not even attempted, and there was an overwhelming power difference between the two forces. But things had changed. The resistance now had the power to break down Taegu City Hall in a moment. It's dangerous. Here was another factor that drove Brigadier General Lee Dae-ju crazy. Contact with the Capital Defense Command, which had supported the 2nd Operations Command, was no longer available. Even the last contact was to ask for them to prepare, as the Capital Defense Command was in danger and was planning to evacuate to the 2nd Operations Command. However, since he received that information, he had not been contacted. It's really dangerous. There was no wall to lean on behind Brigadier General Lee Dae-ju. There was only a cliff. God damn it. Brigadier General Lee Dae-ju clicked his tongue again, and his men sweated in front of him. There was no answer from the men's side, and their situation was not so different from Brigadier General Lee Dae-ju because they were all colonels and commanders. Someone arrived at a run. Resistance leader, Cho Sung-yeon asked for a meeting and a conversation. What? Brigadier General Lee Dae-ju made a foolish expression at this ridiculous message. What do you mean? Cho Sung-yeon came in person. At the words of his subordinate, Lee Dae-ju began to comb his dark beard like crazy, with a dumbstruck look. What do you mean, that madman? Panic was the most obvious word to express his state of mind. Of course, it was impossible for Lee Dae-ju to make a proper judgment. Is Cho Sung-yeon here? Yes. Yes. What are you doing? All he could do was make an extreme judgment. Go and kill him. Kill him. Yes. You crazy bastards, if he is here, you kill him. Are you going to let him live? Brigadier General Lee Dae-ju was rather angry at the blank faces of his men, and now he stood up as if he was going to kill Cho Sung-yeon himself. He laid his hand on the pistol at his waist. It was the biggest and last mistake he made. Swish! An arrow entered the office and penetrated the head of General Lee Dae-ju instantly. Aesioawarg. Huck! The men jumped up in fright. One of them fell over the couch he was sitting on. Hardened as they were, everyone looked at the dead body of Brigadier General Lee Dae-ju with a face as white as a corpse, without words. A few minutes later, a new man came up. Cho Sung-yeon wants to make a deal with Lee Dae-ju's successor. 9. The F-15K fighter jets were waiting for a run which would happen someday, and at that moment, something rare to see in the hangar appeared. It was a wheelchair. Cho Sung-yeon was sitting in the wheelchair. It was unusual in many ways in the hangar, so all of the 100 or so soldiers of the 11th Air Force Squad who were filling the hangar were looking at Cho. I'm crazy. Of course, the soldiers who looked at Cho were more vigilant than afraid. Some were ready to pull the triggers on him and aimed guns at him. At this point, Cho was confident that he would accept this fact in his own way, because he had courage and capacity which very few people possessed. I'm really crazy. The problem was that Kim Tae-hoon, who had been pushing Cho's wheelchair until now, acted a little while ago. Kim killed Brigadier General Lee Dae-ju. Cho came to negotiate with Lee Dae-ju, but Kim killed him at once. Not just that, Kim killed Lee Dae-ju with an arrow without feathers from a long distance away. The reason was that Lee Dae-ju had no intentions of negotiating. Wow, it's driving me crazy. The reason and the process were all nonsense. At this moment, however, Cho did not look surprised by events, but rather adopted a seemingly unconcerned image, contrary to his amazed thoughts. He looked so calm that it defined his image. Like an injured godfather of the mafia, he sat in a wheelchair and began to show his weight. The atmosphere of the hangar began to change. In the changing atmosphere, Cho was able to find the approaching crowd and instantly identify the face of one of them. Colonel Baek Ho-seop. It was Colonel Baek Ho-seop, commander of the 110th Combat Squadron. His face was white as a sheet. It was so strange that his face could turn so white. With such a frightened face, he stood in front of Cho and barely managed to ask, "Do you want to negotiate, Cho?" At that moment, Cho pulled his body a little bit out of his wheelchair and said, sitting like a piece of a chewed string, It was a leisurely figure. It was a performance. It was acting in which one had to twist one's mood in conversation. Colonel Baek Ho-seop, of course, frowned. You are surely crazy. You wanted to negotiate, but killed the brigadier general. At the remark, Cho shrugged his shoulders. I didn't want to negotiate the first round, or the second round, of talks that way. We have to negotiate right here, today. But Lee Dae-ju didn't want to negotiate with a partner. What was I going to do? I had to change my negotiation partner. Those who heard the conversation at this moment could see that this was not a negotiation. It was a threat, not negotiation. If it had been usual times, Colonel Baek Ho-seop would never have responded to the threat. So what do you want to negotiate? However, Colonel Baek Ho-seop calmly asked a question at this moment instead of acting angry. When Cho saw his face, he was convinced. The game is over. He came to negotiate, but in fact, the negotiation was over. I will tell you briefly. So, at this moment, Cho did not waste time or words for an argument. The blue-eyed monster will come here soon. Nonsense. What doesn't make sense is sending someone to dig a royal tomb in a world full of monsters. It's. Shut up and listen to me. Sooner or later, there will be a monster with blue eyes in Taegu City, and we will kill it. How? Colonel Baek Ho-seop expressed his feelings with a look of dismay, instead of an answer. At the words of Baek Ho-seop, Cho looked at Kim behind his wheelchair. Baek Ho-seop's eyes naturally turned toward Kim. But his gaze did not last long. Baek Ho-seop couldn't meet Kim's eyes for long. It was like a rat could not see the snake's eyes. The situation is exactly what Cho said. The monster is coming and I will kill it. So I need your full cooperation, the snake spoke to the rat. Full cooperation. Give me everything you have, not only weapons but also the bell of King Songdeok. That's ridiculous. It's Kyoyo Eung. At that moment, a mysterious and unknown shriek swept through the K-2 Air Force Base. Huck. In the distance, even though it was a very distant cry, it affected those who filled the hangar. There were a lot of soldiers tottering, falling, and kneeling. It was the same with Cho. Damn it, it really came. Trembling. Cho began to tremble in his wheelchair, and Colonel Baek Ho-seop and his men, who had been facing them all the time, also struggled to avoid falling down on the floor. With this distance, direction, is it Palgongsan? It came there much faster than I thought. And seeing that it screamed out to cause fear, it doesn't want to spend any time. It'll be right here. Only Kim stood upright. Kim, standing so upright, turned to the ceiling. Then he opened his mouth and exhaled the energy in his gut. All woo. Howling. The howling that came out of Kim's mouth after a long time, began to soften the power of the fear that was filling the hangar. Huck. There were the sounds of breath coming back all over the place. Colonel Baek Ho-seop, who had been trembling all the time in front of Kim, seemed to have calmed down, focusing on his eyes again. Of course, the amount of fear implanted by the pupils of Kim remained. I'll tell you again, Kim demanded Baek Ho-seop. We need the M61 and the bell of King Songdeok. There was no answer. There was only a nod. 10. The straight distance from the Billabong of Palgongsan to K-2 Air Force Base was about 13 kilometers. The path, situated in a steep mountain range, was a road that literally never had a straight stretch. But now a road was being built on the mountain range. It was not just a road, but a white road. A broad white road, about 20 meters wide, was being made in real time, at an alarming rate. Freezing. The white road was the path of Freezer, an ice monster with blue eyes. Freezing. The chill from its whole body was freezing everything all around. It was an incredible sight. But the amazing sight was not the end of it. There were wolves running on the white road. There was constant howling. A group of snow wolves was following Freezer with all their might. The numbers of snow wolves were hard to measure. In the world that was turned white by Freezer, they were completely hidden. The fact that they were moving in groups was not easily confirmed by the naked eye. This was a scene that could not be seen or trusted. But the amazing sight was their speed. Even on steep mountains and hillsides, they had no hesitation. On the downslopes, they threw themselves and accelerated down them, and on the uphill, they pulled their strength out. It took them about 10 minutes to reach the city of Daegu after leaving Palgong Mountain. It was a mere instant. Before the city's citizens, who were exposed to the fear that Freezer worked its best, could regain their freedom from the fear, hundreds of snow wolves led by the Freezer and its teams were in the city. Of course, there was no battle. Sa, save me. There was just a one-sided meal. It was also a voracious feast. Wooguk wooguk. Snow wolves ate everything they could to fill their empty stomachs after the explosive race. Sniff. They bit off what they could see, and then they chased after what they could not see with their noses and bit it. The white snow wolves began to roam through the city of Daegu, leaving traces of red footprints, howling in their eagerness. Freezer only stared at the scene. It didn't seem like it was going to stop the snow wolves from eating too much. It was a time of gluttony permitted by the owner. Only the sound of the bell stopped the gluttony that could not stop and had no reason to stop. Du-woo-woong. Rather than being pure, it was a melancholy, sad, and horrible sound. Instead of impressing the listeners, the actions of snow wolves who enjoyed the gluttony stiffened at the sound that made them shiver. Du-woo-woong. When the bell rang again, some snow wolves began to back away with terror-stricken eyes. Yelp. Some began to tremble with their tails drooping as they called out. Du-woo-woong. As soon as the third bell rang, the unsustainable snow wolves looked up. Ow-wow. Howling, snow wolves gathered their mouths together to fight against the sound of the bell. It began to spread and grow louder. The drooping tails of the snow wolves also gradually began to rise toward the sky. Tu-tu-tu-tu-tu. It was the artillery that stopped the healing. Tu-tu-tu-tu-tu. No, it was more a monster than a cannon. It was an M61 Vulcan. The sound making up something launching 6,000 rounds per minute with 6 guns rotating, 20mm long, adult palm-length shells was a perfect match for the term monster. What was more monstrous was Kim's shooting of an M61 Vulcan with his hands like a machine gun, and even a barrel full of dozens of kilograms of bullets on his back. Tu-tu-tu-tu-tu. Kim continued his shooting, even aiming at the targets accurately, despite the constant gunfire. Yelp. There was no such thing as a snow wolf coping with the attack. The 20mm shell, not just a bullet, ripped them apart, far more than merely piercing the skins of the snow wolves. Tu-tu-tu. When the M61 Vulcan, which threw out thousands of bullets in one breath, took a pause, Kim looked at Freezer, who was still surveying the whole scene on the road, with his black eyes. It was not showing any interest in this scene. In other words, it was not feeling any threat at this fact. Kim aimed at it with the M61 Vulcan. However, he did not immediately fire. The moment I shoot, it's the beginning. It is impossible to kill this monster with just a few shells from an M61 Vulcan. That would only make it angry. The battle will start as soon as the gunfire begins. So, Kim waited for the bell to ring again. Du-woo-woong. As soon as the bell rang, Hahital, the mask, which was gently resting on Kim's shoulder, settled across his face. Tu-tu-tu-tu. Kim's M61 finally shot off shells. Kyo-eo-eong. Freezer, who had been indifferent until now, vomited fear towards Kim. The battle had begun. What is the most important thing when hunting? The answer to this question is clear. The fatal point, the factor that can certainly lead the prey to death, is the most important. Isn't it common knowledge that a person who doesn't know how to kill their prey, cannot hunt properly? It is even truer if the prey is not just an animal, but a monster, not just an ordinary beast. I need to find it. Monsters have everything beyond the natural. Their body's defense, physical strength, life force, and physique are all over the common sense level, and thus the imagination is easily trampled. One can't be sure of death if one breaks its head and makes it bleed. Hunters hunting monsters, therefore, must keep in mind the most important thing about hunting. I need to find its heart. Hunters must keep in mind that every monster's weak point is its heart. When they think about something other than this, the thinking is meaningless, and the hunting that they perform after they worry about this is an unconditional failure. Kim Tae-hoon knew it better than anyone else. So, when he looked at Freezer, and when he saw the blue eyes embedded in the translucent body made of ice, he knew that finding its heart was his top priority. Then, how could he find its heart? I can't see it. He couldn't immediately find its heart with the eyes of the black snake. He could not see anything inside its translucent body that he was sure was its heart. If so, when I take to the next step, I have to make its heart move in some way. I must make it angry, scared, or in pain. That's what Kim was doing now. Kim, who ran between the building and the building, between one roof and the next as easily crossing stepping stones, bombarded Freezer with the Vulcan as it was following him. The shots were accurate. His shooting ability and the eyes of the black snake made the Vulcan in his hands as accurate as the sniper rifle. It was perfect shooting. Ping, ping. The shells of the Vulcan began to pock Freezer's body. However, that was all. Though deeply embedded, the 20mm scary shells failed to penetrate in. It was a result that did not fit the power of the Vulcan, which could punch through. Even the scars caused by the Vulcan did not last long. Patter. The icy body was fragmented and fell to the ground, and the wound that had opened so quickly recovered by itself. Kim's mouth twisted as he looked at the scene through the eyes of Hahital. I didn't think it would be hurt with the Vulcan, but the power of the Vulcan is overwhelming. It is not because it seems reasonable to have a Vulcan cannon, which weighs more than 100 kilograms, on an expensive fighter jet which is struggling to reduce its weight every little bit. Of course, Kim did not think he could kill a blue-grade monster with only a Vulcan. It is too strong. Still, the sight Kim saw now was quite shocking to him. What was even more shocking was that at this moment, Freezer, who was running between the buildings after him, has never used its fear, the most obvious weapon it had. I can't even get it to use its fear. Fear is the most obvious weapon of the monster. It is a powerful weapon, especially against humans. The blue-grade monster's fear has a terrible effect on those who have energy levels below a rank. Of course, monsters use fear without hesitation when they feel threatened, or when things are difficult. All the monsters Kim had encountered so far were the same. Most of all, monsters had learning skills, and there was no possibility that Freezer would not know that fear was more powerful than any other ability. So, he wore the mask, Hahital. There isn't much time. The effect of Anong Hahital was to significantly increase the level of ability by giving the wearer a possession by a spirit effect. Of course, Kim was in a situation where he was possessed by a spirit. It was evident on the back of his right hand, not anywhere else. Basic abilities. Muscle, 911. Health, 902. Special abilities. Energy, 8 rank. Mana, 8 rank. Telekinesis, A+ rank. Defense, 8 rank. Mana resistance, rank. Kim's ability to receive the possession by a spirit was overwhelming enough. He could clearly feel the ability that had increased so drastically. Infinite power was exploding inside his body. At the same time, it was also clear that this power would not last long. When a sports car over 500 horsepower ran in a circuit, it was similar to watching the fuel needle fall. 9 minutes 33 seconds. According to his calculation, the duration of possession by a spirit was 9 minutes 33 seconds. After that, he would be a normal person who has lost all his ability. In other words, he needed to accomplish what he wanted within that time. Even 1 second longer was the same as getting into a desperately dangerous moment. In such a situation, it was very bad that he could not even pull out the freezer's fear. I must throw away what I can't do. Kim no longer had a fuss about the M61. Being absorbed by the fact that he could use this terrible Vulcan with his bare hands, he did not force himself to do what he could not. Accordingly, he abandoned the Vulcan. Bang! The Vulcan, thrown from a 6-story building, fell to the ground and clanged loudly. Churung! He pulled his swords from their sheath. It was the sound of the sword of the Imperator and the sword of Wandadito, the 2 swords that Kim was carrying on his back. The 2 swords began to fly. Clank! The target was Freezer, and the goal was to leave as many wounds as possible in the shortest time on the Freezer's body. Qua 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 qua. The goal was making long, deep wounds. The 2 swords performed these orders well. Kururu. They earned nothing but the first growl from Freezer's mouth. At the same time, the Freezer gave up its pursuit of Kim and focused on the 2 swords that circled around it. Freezer avoided the swords, while on the other hand, it tried to strike the swords by moving its legs, tail, and wings. However, the 2 swords moved in dazzling patterns, making the Freezer's work useless. Whoo! At that moment, Kim gave out a long sigh. With that sigh, he brought his hand to the 2 horse figure-type earthenwares that he had hung at his waist like decorations, one for a master and a servant. Kim injected mana at the same time into the 2 earthenwares, which were originally a pair. He threw them at the Freezer. The 2 horse figure-type earthenwares flying in the air began to inflate surprisingly quickly, and by the time they reached the edge of the Freezer, they revealed their enormous splendor, a size that was not lacking compared to the 10-meter-long Freezer. Winnie. At the same time, their attack began. The first attack was at their owner's command. Winnie. As the horse ran at the Freezer at full speed, the master threw his sword at the Freezer. Bang! The sword, which had flown so hard, buried half of itself into the back of the Freezer. Kuang! Freezer's eyes flickered. What came into the eyes of the Freezer as it turned its eyes was the master's horse, with a spear coming out of its chest. Quajik! The spear that coming out of the horse's chest drove into the Freezer's body. At the same time, the horse began to crumble in the process of breaking the body of the Freezer. In the meantime, the master warrior stepped on his own horse as a stepping stone climbed into the body of the Freezer. The warrior hit the tip of the hilt of his sword on the back of the Freezer with his fist. Quajik. First was the right hand, second was left hand, and then right hand again. Bang, bang. The hilt gradually descended deeper and deeper with the repeated blows of the warrior, hammering it in. Quajik. In the end, the body of the Freezer was split in half. But it was not the result of the warrior's sword. Rather, it was by the opposite, done by the Freezer's will. The evidence was that the cloven body of the Freezer transformed into different animals, an ice lion in front, and an ice tiger in the back. Kuwan. Kururu. The 2 separate Freezers surrounded the master back and forth, and immediately bit and clawed at it. The warrior's right shoulder and left leg were bitten, and in front of the claws, a lump of clay-like flesh was crushed. The warrior, having lost his arms and legs, fell to the ground. Ding dong, ding dong. At that time, the servant who had been looking at the master's work until now shook the bell in his hand. Ding dong, ding dong. The miracle that the bells produced was giving arms and legs to the warrior who lost his arms and legs. Even a sword was made as a bonus on the restored arm. The warrior, who had instantly regained his form, swung his sword at the ice tiger in his vicinity. Quang! The ice tiger grabbed the sword into its mouth and bit down. In the meantime, the ice lion threw itself at the servant, who was shaking the bell over and over on the road below the building, jumping from the high building to the ground. Poo-woo-woo. At that moment, an elephant with golden smoke hit the ice lion, falling to the ground in midair. Bang! Smoke and ice, the two things made a strange sound. It was a moment when the gilt bronze incense burner of beech, the amazing relic, once again exerted its power. Du-woo-woong. The bell sounded for them. It was a sound of destruction toward the freezer, a sound of cheering for the beasts of golden smoke and the horse figure type earthenware. The bodies of the freezer began to move slowly at the bell sound, while the beasts of the golden smoke, the master and the servant, were courageous and began to press the two-part freezers. In the end, the freezer had to use its fear-making roar. Kyo-yo-yo-yang. The fear, bursting simultaneously from the mouths of two freezers, shook the whole city of Daegu at once. Its power was formidable. The golden beasts created by the gilt bronze incense burner of beech were shaken and faded like haze, and the clay fragments of the master and servant began to pour down like rain. Kwang. But it didn't stop the two swords. Kim, with his black eyes shining behind Hahital from a long distance, did not show any shaking. After the possession by a spirit, the energy that ranked up exploded as soon as it was exposed to the fear of the freezer. It began to squeeze all its power to protect its master from threats. Even with the fear, the threat did not disappear. Kururu. Freezer no longer kept its face, its dignity. The freezers, the icy tiger and the icy lion, began to turn into hedgehogs as thorns rose from their bodies. The thorns of the freezers swept all over the place with their self-destruction. Concrete walls and asphalts crumpled like tofu, pudding, and flew for several kilometers, even destroying a small shopping mall at once. It was a formidable power. What was even eerier was the figures of the horse figure type earthenwares and the golden smoke beasts penetrated by the ice thorns. Rather than recovering the wounds after being penetrated by the thorns, they began to freeze white. The horse figure type earthenware became white ice statues with holes in them, and the golden smoke beasts created by the gilt bronze incense burner of beech began to fade away with holes in them. Ice Blaster was the most powerful power of Freezer. Of course, the ability demanded a price. In exchange for exploding its body, Freezer revealed the heart it had been hiding and covering. The transparent heart was the size of an adult man, and the blue jewel in the transparent heart was glistening under the sun's direct sunlight for a long time. I found it. Kim did not miss the light. He did not miss what he had to do. It's the beginning. It was now the beginning, and Kim, thinking this, quickly left his seat. While he ran, the heart of the freezer created its body anew. Kyo-yo. This time its body was an ice ogre with a height of 5 meters. The ogre, the freezer, created an ice club and began to swing it around. It was an expression of indiscriminate rage. A truck engine roared as it approached the freezer. Kim was in the luggage compartment of the truck, which had no driver present, the steering wheel moving freely. There were lumps of iron bound together behind it. The long, elongated mass that seemed to be a rugby ball was a GBU-31 bomb, which was built to be mounted on the F-15K and had a 900-kilogram explosive. One of the bombs was lifted by the telekinesis of Kim. It was like when he had hurled a small car with his telekinesis to punch the sword of the Imperator into the chest of the gamecock. But it was definitely different then. At this moment, there was no sword of the Imperator in the body of the freezer. 2 minutes left. And the sword didn't have to be stuck. Who? The GBU-31 missile, coming into the air with a short effort of the telekinesis, began flying toward the freezer's heart. 13. Jang Sung-hoon was looking at Didangyojido. At that moment, the blue light in Daegu City faded. It was a situation that deserved to be enjoyed. It was evidence that Kim succeeded in killing a second blue-grade monster. However, Jang did not rejoice. Instead of expressing his joy, he turned his head and looked at the golden glass next to Didangyojido. Looking at the golden glass filled with red liquid, he clenched his teeth tightly. For Cho Sung-yun, the blue-grade monster freezer that had appeared in Daegu City would be remembered for a lifetime. Oh, my God. He would also remember the freezer as a terrible monster. Does that make sense? It was a crazy monster that had endured 9 GBU-31s, a lump of explosives weighing close to a ton. It was not dropped from a few thousand meters above like a jet, but thrown from the ground like a shotgun. Enduring the explosion of the crazy powerful bombs 9 times was beyond the common sense of Cho and any of his imagination. He killed the insane monster. What a freak. And of course, Cho would remember Kim Tae-hoon, who killed the terrible monster with the 10th missile and swallowed the blue crystal of the freezer, the only payout he got from the monster he killed. That's how the hunt ended. 2. The ability of a person shines in a crisis, so the value of a person shines in a crisis. In the crisis that came to Taegu City, there were 2 people who proved it to Kim. One was, of course, Cho. He proceeded with the plan that Kim had prepared as soon as Kim killed the freezer. He informed Taegu City, which was defenseless due to confusion and fear, that now the world has changed and it was only he who could become a leader in this changed world, and Kim was behind him. In a world full of monsters, I can't say Taegu is safe anymore, but how long are you going to follow the nonsense orders of the 2nd Operations Command? Huh? Those incompetent people. Are you willing to let those who sit on the floor and tremble in front of a blue-eyed monster order you around? So don't think about it, give me all the rights. If you don't like it, say no, but I'll give you a piece of advice, finish it when you talk to me. If you say no when you talk to my partner, not me, he'll never let you go. Cho also actively used the fact that Kim was his backer. He used all the situations given to him favorably. Above all, he insisted that it was not to merely an individual's benefit, but an honor, a desire to pursue the worthy values that those who survived from now on should take. His cry for justice became his most powerful weapon in the world where all order was broken. He was able to take over all the powers of the 2nd Operations Command, which had been in control of Taegu City, in just 3 days. How have you been, boss? The other one who was shining in the crisis with Cho was Jang Sung-hoon. The disappearance of the Tripitaka Koreana of Hain Temple. When everyone fell into a state of dejection amid the chaos created by the crazy incident, Jang did not shake. I haven't seen you in a long time. In this crazy situation, Jang somehow found an opportunity and turned it into a chance for change. His opportunity was for large-scale change. Until now, monsters in the Sobek Mountains had been building their own territory. In such a situation, the sudden movement of monsters above the green grade was the same as a large-scale change. There were very strong changes that humans, as well as the monsters lower than the yellow grade ones, could endure easily. Jang led his forces into the Sobek Mountains to find opportunities in the large-scale change. Oh, I'm sorry I disobeyed your order. It was in direct opposition to Kim's order. Kim clearly ordered the troops standing near the Sobek Mountains to move back. But it was Jang Sung-hoon who was right. He hunted the confused monsters. The strong firepower of the Mac Guild's hunters, the 8th Mechanized Infantry Division, and the Capital Defense Command, the combined strength of those who won the right to survive in fierce battles and struggles, not power created like a flower in a greenhouse like Taegu City, had been spewed on the monsters. The effect was impressive. But I thought I was right. The reason monsters are so scary is that their ability to create fear is strong, and they also have their own territory. A game in one's own territory is never a game. Rather, it is a real hunter who eats what comes into one's territory. In other words, monsters that have come out of their domain are better targets than ever. In the end, we secured the Gyeongbu Expressway. And through the hunt, the Mac Guild was able to secure a very valuable road, called the Gyeongbu Expressway. The road, which reached from Seoul to Busan, was taken back from the monsters. The evidence was the presence of Jang, who had led the Mac Guild to Taegu City. Oh, and this is a small gift. Jang handed Napoleon's golden glass, and the red liquid within, to Kim. 3. It was a room about 10 square feet, with only one desk in it, and walls on all sides. The elongated eyes reminded them of dragon eyes, and the skin was grotesque, mysterious, and horrifying, as if the dragon's scales were hidden under the skin. Right now, a dragon seemed to be born in the man's body. But even more frightening was the infinite and bizarre power that wriggled in the man's body. I couldn't lift the curse. Kim, dreaming of his death, could see that he was repeating the same death now. At Stonehenge, England, at this moment, he was dying by the curse of the dragon. Couldn't I find a way? It was the first time. Until now, Kim had never relived the same death. That created a strong sense of hope. It was hope that the future has changed, and it was the belief that he had learned a lesson through the deaths. It was also a hope that he was going to proceed further, on the basis of his own death. But at this moment, he was repeating the same death. It's a great power, and I'm going to explode my body right now. The curse of the dragon, a price that could not be dealt with, was being paid for with the man's greed. It was a painful and sad thing, a terrible thing. It was more painful and desperate than any death he had ever experienced. Rather, that room. But Kim did not chew on despair at this moment. What was the room for? Rather, he did not worry about his death at this moment. The death was what he had already experienced. He did not have to worry about why he died, how he died, and who killed him. And it was the same for him, and the future Kim Tae-hoon who he dreamt of. He was dying, but he did not think of despair. He was looking around the room without hesitation. Ah! Only then did Kim know. This is information. This room was the place that the future of him made to die, the place made to struggle in front of the same death. This was the information he did not know. There was a lot of information on the wall of the room. It was a visible map of information. There were large continental maps all over the walls, and maps of the 6 major continents. Around the map, there was a lot of information, like a spider web. Military information, information about relics, information about monsters, and information about people. I have collected only the best ones. It was very good information for Kim's taste, and it was so vast. It was impossible to remember all the information. It's just like me. Kim was satisfied. It's just like me, since I don't admit that too much is as bad as too little. It was his job to gather a lot of information to the maximum level despite the obvious inability to digest it all. He was grateful at the same time. If I die 100 times, I'll see all the information here. Even in this death, he was grateful that he had not lost himself, and he was proud of him who had not given up yet. His footsteps stopped in front of the map of the Asian continent, one of the 6 continental maps. He stood and scanned it. He, who was dreaming of himself, also saw Kim Tae-hoon. Among them, Kim paid attention to Japan. It's funny. The Japanese archipelago. There was a lot of information around the map, information on important relics, including the story of Musashi, who was now a Japanese monarch, and Japanese military information. The only legendary relic in Japan is Kusanagi, and there are lots of swords, not as valuable as the Tripitaka Koreana, but I can still get some payback for their debt. It's funny. It's so funny because it is childish. There are the 4 heavenly guardians under a man named Musashi, who is not the monarch of Japan. The essence of Japan is not lost, and even in that situation, the weapons are hidden all over the place. If there is a war, they will somehow take advantage of it. After the Fukushima nuclear crisis, their failure to get rid of the executives of the Tokyo Electric Power Company was to prevent the secret nuclear weapons project from being leaked. Kim's eyes turned to China. China's actions are so explicit that until the monsters appeared there was nothing new anymore. And finally, Kim looked at Korea. Here, he was suspicious. Most of the information about Korea he had already been grasped, and the things that had been grasped had now become his. He did not need to see the land of Korea anymore. Ah! But the doubts didn't last long. There was a note there is only one thing that can calm the curse of the dragon. Only the Manpazikjiak, which eliminates all the turmoils of the world. It was a clue to survive. Ugh. And that was the last thing Kim saw. The dragon's curse began to melt his heart. 3. There was a dark room with a single light glowing. 2 men were facing each other across one table, 2 cups of coffee in front of them. Is this Mr. Cho Sung-yeon? Yes, and you? I am Jang Sung-hoon. Their first conversation was to introduce to each other. They recognized each other's names, and the greeting was over. Can I call you elder brother? Elder brother? I can tell somebody's fortune by physiognomy, you will be president one day. Jang Sung-hoon, at the end of the greeting, immediately said some unbelievable words to the other. Well, I'd appreciate it if you would, because I honestly didn't know how to treat you. However, Cho Sung-yeon was merely surprised for a while and soon accepted the unbelievable words. So what's my brother doing? The conversation began. I was in the military until last year. Really? Where? Bucheon-o-Jeongdong. I was on duty in Pocheon. Pocheon, the Atuki unit? Yes, I worked at the armored search party of the 8th Mechanized Infantry Division. Really? Do you know Colonel Lim Hyun-jun? No, I don't know. Who is he? The commander of the 8th Mechanized Infantry Division. Really? You said he was a colonel. He's also commander of the Capital Defense Command. I think he should have had some guts to do that. So, what's your relationship with Colonel Lim Hyun-jun and you? He's my man now, and he's going over the Taebaek Mountains and Uljeon to Wulsong. In many ways, it was an absurd story. However, Cho did not smile or look surprised at the absurd story. I think the world has changed a lot. Everything would be a small change in the presence of Kim. What kind of person is Kim Tae-hoon? Boss? He's a good man. Cho frowned a little at the words "a good man." Kim had never hurt him, but Kim was by no means a man who matched the words "good" or "kind." If you're on the same side, there is no one better than him. However, at that explanation, Cho had to agree. At the same time, he was sure at this moment, Jang Sung-hoon, his code is right with me. He was sure that Jang was a man whose morals matched his own in many ways. Of course, the conversation between the two was soft. Don't worry about the wounds, we have a wonderful doctor. We have a wonderful actress. Who? Lee Yuna. Wow. Screech. The sound of the door opening in the room stopped the long conversation between the two. Jang Sung-hoon, give the order to Colonel Lim Hyun-jun. Beyond the open door was Kim Tae-hoon, who didn't mince his words. Make a warship ready for Japan. Where are they now? Namchang Station has been cleared. Namchang Station. With this situation, they are going to get here within half an hour. At the report of the subordinate, Lieutenant Colonel Kang Jae-wook, the commander of the newly built armored hunting battalion under the 8th Mechanized Infantry Division, turned his head back. There was a vast expanse of sea in that direction. It was a cool sea. It was a sea that opened his mind. However, the appearance of the sea did not come into the eyes of Lieutenant Colonel Kang. All he could see was the buildings that had the sea in front of them, huge concrete masses with round roofs. Stay as long as you can. The Kori nuclear power plant produced the largest amount of electricity of the Korean nuclear power plants, and it would have the largest number of victims when it was destroyed. Stay as long as you can anyway. Yes. Now it was the place Lieutenant Colonel Kang had to protect. Damn it. At this moment, Lieutenant Colonel Kang felt deep despair and nervousness. I did not expect that I would be assigned to the Kori nuclear power plant. Jang Sung-hoon tried to secure two things during the large-scale change, after the disappearance of the Tripitaka Koreana. One objective was the Gyeongbu Expressway, and the other was the 3 nuclear power plants built along the East Sea coastline. There was no guarantee that those who had burned the Tripitaka Koreana would leave the nuclear power plants alone. Jang delegated everything to Colonel Lim Hyun-jun, and Colonel Lim, who felt the urgency of the situation, moved all his spare troops. After crossing the Taebaek mountain range, Lim moved along the coastal road by the East Sea and forced a way to reach the nuclear power plant through repeated battles with fierce monsters. So, starting with the Ulsan nuclear power plant, they passed the Woolsong nuclear power plant and eventually reached the final destination, the Kori nuclear power plant. The problem was at this moment. There's no other way, we can't get support for more than 2 hours. At present, about 1,000 monsters, including a green-grade monster, were approaching the Kori nuclear power plant at a rapid pace. There was no way to stop the monsters. But we have to stop it. Lieutenant Colonel Kong couldn't give up. When the Kori nuclear power plant collapsed, the Gyeongsang area would become a land of death. The blow would be beyond description. The hope of Korea, which had just been gained and had just become a flame instead of a mere candle, would be inevitably shaken. He did not want to condone it. He did not want to tarnish the hope that had begun to grow in such desperate days, and he would not tolerate the destruction. Get all our troops together. Yes. And take out all forces around the nuclear power plant. So, at this moment, Kong made an extreme choice. What do you mean dash? The target of the monsters is not the nuclear power plant, but people. If there is nobody near the Kori nuclear power plant, there is no reason for the monsters to attack the Kori nuclear power plant. Ah! The order made the subordinate soldier gasp, and then he clamped his mouth shut. He felt bitter despair. However, the fact that there was no clear way to protect the nuclear power plant did not even allow him to question it. The man raised his hand and saluted. It was now to defend to the last. Thump. At that moment, something dropped down behind them with a heavy sound. Subordinate and commander turned to look at him in shock and sudden fright. Report to me about the situation. 5. Ow wow. The howling of the multicolored giant wolf began to flow through the mountains. The flowing howling wrapped around various kinds of wolf monsters that were constantly descending the mountains. Ku-hung, ku-hung. The madness began to flutter in the eyes of the wolf monsters wrapped in the howling. Ow wow. The wolf, with its colorful fur, once again let out a long howling. This time, the wolf monsters ran even faster, just like a car that had already reached its limit had triggered a booster. Ow wow. The master of this mysterious howling was none other than a witch wolf. It was a monster with green eyes, a monster who knew how to sound a howling with a mysterious magic to it, not a simple howling as its name suggested. Of course, it was also a monster that showed its presence when conducting a pack rather than when it was acting alone. Under the witch wolf were a variety of wolf monsters, numbering over 1,000. It was a nightmare that could turn a small city into a grave within a day or two. Shoot! Don't stop and shoot! It was hard to resist such monsters. Hold on! Stop, stop, please stop! Moreover, the fear of the witch wolf hit their enemies hard, although it gave its forces a stronger ability. Fear. There were not many people who could keep moving in front of the widespread fear. Those who were merely shivering were in better condition. Ku-huck. Vomit. Just spit it out. Breathe. Those with low energy levels were also convulsed or breathless, falling to the ground. It was hard to find anyone who could do his job. On the other hand, there was no surplus force for the monsters who gained strength from the howling of the witch wolf. Ku-hung, ku-hung. The racing wolves did not feel pain, nor did they feel fatigue. Instead, those only felt a thirst for blood, and still had a terrible drive even if their limbs were cut off. They were devils. It was a candle in front of the storm, anyone could see it. A group of wolves led by the witch wolf was a storm, and the armored hunting battalion facing them was a candle. It was one man who changed that fact. Thump. As always, Kim Tae-hoon appeared in the sky and landed on the ground. But there was something different than usual this time. Soyu. Kim was wearing a thick thorn armor made of ice, a thorn armor that reminded them of the shell of a durian fruit. It was a lot more impressive than his usual look. Especially the thorn armor helmet, the black eyes shining within, was at a level that could be expressed as super impressive. Kara. Of course, the witch wolf was wary of Kim's appearance, but it didn't run away. It was proud, the pride of a monster with green eyes, and running was not allowed. It was unacceptable to show its tail in front of a human being. That was the pride of the witch wolf. While the witch wolf grew vigilant and hostile, Kim raised the thorns of his ice thorn armor. Soyu. The thorns of the ice thorn armor had now become long and sharp enough to remind them of daggers, all from the new ability he got. He did not get the same ability as the ice blast explosion that Freezer showed after its body turned into thorns. Therefore, he used a different ability. Rumbling. The ability acquired from the Gamecock, Anger Soaring, was activated in Kim's ice thorn armor. Of course, the ice thorn armor wrapped around him shattered and mixed with the explosion created by the Anger Soaring. The explosive power could not be compared with the destructive power that Anger Soaring had showed so far. It was like a massive fragmentation bomb going off. Qua 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 qua. The fragments of ice thorn armor mixed with the explosion of the Anger Soaring cut, smashed, and penetrated through everything. The thorns of the ice thorn armor did not stop after simply scarring. There was a curse on the ice thorn that made it impossible to repair, cure and recover the wounds. Taehoon. The body of the witch wolf, which was closest to the explosion, was left full of holes at once. The color of its fur began to turn red. Ow wow. But the witch wolf did not fall. It let out another howling, even with the ice thorns in its body. Its wounds began to heal, and the pain began to fade rapidly. It was a spell. The spell took away the fear of the witch wolf and replaced it with anger. As the fear was great, the anger that filled the place was also huge, as the pain was great. Kwang. The witch wolf threw out the roar of a wounded beast, not a howling, toward Kim Tae-hoon. But at this moment, Kim did not listen to the sound. He was listening to the beating of its heart. It is near the neck. When he heard the sound, he painted a picture of 3 swords from above, each stabbing the heart of the witch wolf from different directions. Swish. And the picture became real. 6. ========================================================================================================================================================================::::::::/:::::::::::::::::::::::::h Health, 689. Special abilities. Energy, B+ rank. Mana, B+ rank. Telekinesis, A+ rank. Defense, B+ rank. Mana resistance, B+ rank. Achieved abilities. Ice Thorn Armor, Grade 3 consumes mana to produce Ice Thorn Armor. Anything stabbed by the thorns of the ice thorn armor is cursed and its ability to recover is greatly weakened. Howling of the Witch Wolf, Grade 4. With the power of the Witch Wolf, it gives magical power to the howling. When using howling, it removes elements that are harmful to the allies and user, and it increases their basic abilities. Kim turned his head after he looked at the back of his right hand, seeing a group approach. It was Lieutenant Colonel Yu and his men. They came up to him and saluted him immediately. After receiving the salute, he said, "You can speak freely. I haven't seen you in a long time, but I think you have changed a lot." Lieutenant Colonel Yu and his men were dressed in black Special Forces uniforms and looked like the Grim Reaper. "I think Lieutenant Colonel Yu Dae-hyun has changed a lot. Since the role has changed, I should change. When will you start? You've already set the stage, there's no reason to waste time. I'll do it right away." And in fact, they came here to replace the role of the Grim Reaper. We can't just let the soldiers who exploited the people for their own benefit, abused them, and even slaughtered them, go, at least if Korea is a country. Lieutenant Colonel Yu was not an awakener. Therefore, he could not be a hunter who fought against monsters, even if he had a great deal of ability to command. The role which Kim had given him was to deal with people who were monsters. Inspection. It was the role of Lieutenant Colonel Yu to punish the corrupt practices that took place within Korean territory. Kim gave him enormous power to inspect, ranging from military to civilian. Furthermore, the current force Lieutenant Colonel Yu could show off to soldiers was enormous. It was a war situation. In wartime, the military's corruption and unfair practices would not end up in jail or a fine mixed with suspended sentences. Summary trial. The tip of the sword of Lieutenant Colonel Yu was ready to cut the heads of the top officers of the 2nd Operations Command. There will be a lot to do. Punishment of the ugly, inhumane acts of the 2nd Operations Command would begin. A lot, a little bit, that's not important. It's important to root out the poisonous plant this time. Of course, he would not defend anyone who had committed billions of dollars worth of corruption for a living. Please deal with it properly. I have to leave Korea for a while, so don't leave any room while I'm away. Kim was hoping so, too. You won't be in Korea? Lieutenant Colonel Yu was surprised at Kim's answer. What does that mean? Are you leaving Korea for a while? Others might not know, but if it was Kim, the story would be different. Right now, the Republic of Korea was able to come here thanks to a man named Kim Tae-hoon. His absence was not a hole easily filled. I'm going to Japan. At the answer, Lieutenant Colonel Yu was able to calm down, with only a little bit of surprise. He knew that Major General Lee Ki-soo had borrowed Japan's power to check Kim Tae-hoon and the Mac Guild. Lieutenant Colonel Yu himself was the one who had captured and interrogated Colonel Jang So-guk, the closest subordinate of Lee Ki-soo. Furthermore, he had learned that the Japanese ninjas were responsible for burning the Tripitaka Koreana. Kim's trip to Japan would be enough. For revenge? The point was why. Lieutenant Colonel Yu now thought that Kim was going to Japan to pay back what he had suffered in revenge. Obviously, revenge was important. Even more so, if one is a soldier. If one shows mercy after the enemy's attack, one will have only a stronger attack to come back to. After all, an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. But now, it was definitely a matter of weighing the scales enough to accept Kim's absence in return for his revenge on Japan. Of course, it's also for revenge. Kim was well aware of the fact. Had it been just for revenge, Kim would not have headed to Japan right away. Well. In other words, there was a reason besides revenge. But what's more important than revenge is to deprive Japan of all its power. What he was after, was all Japan had. Do you mean its relics, by all its power? The relics are also included. Is there anything else besides the relics? When asked that by the Lieutenant Colonel Yu, Kim answered with a question. How would they come if China were to pursue power and attack South Korea? It's, Lieutenant Colonel Yu, who stopped speaking for a while, put his thoughts together and answered. It is hard to get through the land. The military strength in Korea is enormous. If our army is in front of the entrance to the Korean peninsula in a situation where an air force is not available, it will be impossible for them to use a human wave strategy. If the commander of the Chinese army is not an idiot, he will attempt a landing via the sea. Korea's naval capability is at a low level compared to China. After speaking, Lieutenant Colonel Yu realized that he had answered Kim's question correctly. Do you intend to deprive Japan of its naval forces? Kim did not answer, because he didn't have to give a definite answer. August 13th. 8 months after the emergence of the monsters, Korea was still full of monsters and ruins. Among the broken buildings, no straight building could be found, the roads were still graveyards of cars, and a lot of people were suffering from the water shortage, not to mention not being able to wash their hands. On the other hand, monsters were still threatening humans, hiding themselves in every corner or building their own territories. There seemed to be little change in the gruesomeness of reality. However, The sense of despair, which was felt not just by the eyes, but also the body, was clearly different from the past. On December 31, 2016, a blaze of hope was ignited in some cities in South Korea, where there was nothing but despair. Among them, the hottest place was Bucheon. Previously, this small city, which was just sandwiched between Seoul and Incheon, was now the hottest city in South Korea. There were many reasons. Having more solar power plants than any other city enabled a stable electricity supply, the nation's most advanced healthcare system, and the infrastructure of living was better than any other city, and crime rates were the lowest. Most of all, there was something else in Bucheon City. That's the headquarters of the Mac Guild. Looking at the flag of the Mac Guild there, it looks like this is the safest place in South Korea. The headquarters of the Mac Guild, in what was once Bucheon City Hall, made Bucheon the hottest city. Naturally, the nation's people gathered in Bucheon City. We sell yellow-grade monster leather. You can trade with monster stones any time. We're looking for clan members. All awakeners are welcome. We're looking for party members to join in the hunt for monsters. It's a starfish clan party. The awakeners who had gathered there made Bucheon a hotter city through their activities in Bucheon. Monsters' bodies were traded here and there, and such traded bodies were made into items in the workshops. The items were the basis for hunting stronger monsters when held in the hands of the crowded awakeners. A virtuous circle was formed to kill stronger monsters. It was the Mac Guild who fueled such a virtuous cycle. Did you hear that? I heard the Mac Guild will release lots of relics this time. The Mac Guild did not want their possessions to rot in a safe. Oh, I heard the story. There are rumors that they will release the relics that they gained from Gyeongju. According to the rumors, the items made from the hair of the gamecock are finally being auctioned, and there are also the elite goods made by Park Kap-soo and his disciples. There's a rumor that they are more powerful than a few relics. There will be some great things. I'll have to pack up the monster stones. It will be hard for an individual to get a successful bid at an auction. The top clans are holding hands before this Mac Guild auction. It's going to be a huge deal. The relics wanted to find their masters and become weapons to hunt monsters. For that reason, the Mac Guild auctioned off items made using relics and monsters they had hunted. For the hunters, it was basically the only place where they could get powerful weapons without bleeding for them. This auction will be more intense than ever because it's a place where the clans can show their strength. They can show their loyalty to the Mac Guild. Furthermore, the Mac Guild-sponsored relic auction was now a place where the clans of the Mac Guild, whose numbers now exceeded 100, could display their strength. It was not just an immature struggle. The powerful clans will have a lot of rights now. In the world of monsters, the hunter groups and the clan had no choice but to exercise absolute influence. It was no wonder that a community was formed around such a clan. Talented engineers and talented people who wanted to receive protection and support gathered under the talented hunters. The community that combined in that way showed great performance in the process of restoring the infrastructure of the Republic of Korea, which had obviously collapsed. If they are smart, they'll have to realize that this is a historic opportunity. That meant a great deal. In the land of Gangnam, which no one dared to approach and where the monsters were overflowing in the ruins and the buildings, if someone built a building, who would be the owner of the building? It would be hard for the old owner of the building to claim full rights to the new building. What if they recaptured an area full of monsters and rebuilt a city there, not just a building or two? In Korean history, those who had taken the opportunity before and after the Korean War became a power, becoming the chaebol who controlled the Republic of Korea. Therefore, they could not help but know what to do now to get wealth and power in the next 10 years. The Mac Guild's auction made many people boil up. There was one more event that attracted attention as such an auction. This time there is a new recruitment announcement for a hunter. Really? Where is it this time? Hunter recruitment notice. It was a notice that the Mac Guild was recruiting volunteers to hunt high-grade monsters that were hard to hunt with the power of just a clan or small party. An ambitious clan or party competitively applied because it could then hunt powerful monsters, and could get a stake in the monsters. Above all, the participation rate of parties that wanted to be a clan recognized by the Mac Guild was higher than ever. It was a true gateway. The moment they climbed up, there was a chance they could be a top clan. Let's see, Huck. But this time the story was different. This hunting spot is Yuri-san, isn't it? Yuri-san. If they were Koreans, they cannot help but know that Yuri-san was the representative mountain of Korea, next to Mthala and Mtsirak, and better known than either. Yuri-san. Wait, what if it's Yuri-san? The realm of the golden horned spider, a blue-grade monster. Oh, my god. And now it was notorious for housing a blue-grade monster, the golden horned spider with its golden legs. It was a place the living were not allowed to approach. Indeed, the Mac Guild announced that Yuri-san was an area of the golden horned spider because hunters and the public carefully avoided the dangerous place. Isn't this the first time for a blue-grade monster? Of course, the Mac Guild had never issued a hunter recruitment announcement for a blue-grade monster. The first time is not important, it's not a case of how many times. No, they couldn't afford to refuse the hunter recruitment announcement. There's only one person in Korea who can be a hunter, not a prey, against a blue-grade monster. There was only one hunter who could hunt blue-grade monsters. Bucheon City Council Preliminary Board Meeting Room. It was crowded with people since it had now become the Mac Guild's conference room. The addition of new members to the early days of the Mac Guild's foundation had made it more crowded than ever before. Two of them were prominent, Colonel Lim Hyun-jun, now commander of the Korean military, and Cho Song-yun, interim commander of the 2nd Operations Command. They were the first to be here, but their facial expressions were not much different from those of the rest of them. I don't know what they're thinking. What the hell are they thinking? They were frowning, revealing their agony. They're hunting a blue-grade monster, and they offer a hunter recruitment announcement. What bothered them was the recent hunter recruitment announcement of the Mac Guild. It was announced that it would recruit hunters to participate in the hunting of the golden horned spider which had settled in the area of Yuri-san. It was a public announcement made by Kim Tae-hoon. In the first place, there was no one who could plan a blue-grade monster hunting without his opinion. The problem was that no one had been informed that the hunting recruitment announcement would be made in advance. It was a surprise. It was natural that their heads were about to burst, because they had to grasp Kim's intentions in the situation where they were raiding. Screech. The door of the preliminary board meeting room opened, and Jang Sung-hoon stuck out his head. You all look like shit. At the end of the sentence, some people turned their eyes toward him, who whistled cheekily. In a situation where they had to complain about Kim Tae-hoon, only Jang was of no account. At their angry looks toward him, Jang responded by shaking the coffee pot in his hand. No one in the room was unaware of who the coffee pot with the white steam coming out was for. Kim, as everyone expected, appeared behind Jang. Everyone was silent. In the silence, Kim received the coffee pot from Jang and immediately began to pour hot water over the coffee dryer he brought along. As the water fell, the quiet conference room melted with the coffee beans. I'll be going to Japan soon, Kim Tae-hoon's words thunderbolt into the quiet conference room. Yes. What is that? Japan. Everyone was surprised at the announcement. The only ones who were not surprised were Jang Sung-hoon, Cho Sung-yun, and Colonel Lim Hyun-jun. Jang and Cho were the first to hear of Kim's trip to Japan, and Colonel Lim was contacted by Jang and had prepared a ship for Kim's trip to Japan. However, that did not brighten the faces of the three. I'm ready to go to Japan. Kim continued to speak in the shocked atmosphere. But the reason I have not left yet is not to leave any room. Any room. The meaning of Chinese characters was, the remaining land. I don't want to leave any room for Yuri-san if you can't kill a blue-grade monster without me. Yuri-san was the only place in the Republic of Korea, except for North Korea and Jeju Island, where there was a blue-grade monster which the Mac Guild could not kill. Kim did not want to leave the land as any room. Of course, this alone could not explain why he issued a hunter recruitment announcement. In addition, we will get volunteers for this hunt. They cannot help you. Someone stopped Kim. Everyone looked at the man who interrupted Kim's words with surprised eyes. Cho Sung-yun. Cho shrugged at the audience's gaze. Why? I didn't say anything wrong, did I? What would ants do to hunt tigers? Oh, this time they're not tigers, they're huge spiders. However, at the image of Cho Sung-yun, who still spoke without being discouraged, those who saw him at this moment could catch a certain sense of what kind of person he was, a man who said what he wanted to say, under any circumstances. Kim was willing to answer the words of such a man. The moment I go to Japan, the war begins. The result is one of two, whether Japan is defeated, or Korea is defeated. It was an eerie answer. But Kim's story was not over there. For reference, Japan is not the end. There are two reasons why I am attacking Japan. One is that they declared war on us first, and the other is that we need Japan's relics and naval power for the next war. The next war is likely to be China. China was after Japan. Some of them felt a deep dizziness at his story, of someone who was going to deal with the mountains rising one above another. But Kim's story was still not over. It will be a good thing if the war is over there, but there's no guarantee that it will be over, and we might fighting the world, Russia, India, Europe, and America. With that, Kim picked up a cup of the coffee that he had just made in front of them. He drank the coffee just as it was. Silence came, and during that time, everyone in the conference room organized their thought. It was Kim who broke the silence. What I need in this situation is a man who will be willing to risk his life with me. A comrade. It was a word that Kim did not use easily. For him, the object of war was not a monster, but a human or a nation. The word comrade was also much stronger than the feeling of being a colleague fighting against a human being, rather than a colleague fighting against a monster. Of course, that was why he used the word comrade. This hunting announcement is a process for finding my comrades. I'll be with you, and with that remark alone, they will be at my side in the coming war, and such crazy guys will be willing to follow me to the hell where the blue-grade monster is located. Kim took another drink of coffee after the words, swallowing without savoring it. It was a surprise. He said, and I want to show to those who will be my comrades, who exactly I am, and how capable I am, to be able to trust me and risk his life with me. Kim's words were heard more sincerely than ever. I don't want to leave any room in their minds to doubt the power I have, and the power of my country and the Mac Guild. That's why I made a recruitment announcement. As soon as the words were finished, no one could even look unhappy with Kim anymore. He smiled lightly at the crowd. That's why it happened, so the details should be taken care of by the people here. At the end of his words, Kim left the conference room with his mug in his hand. Everyone looked after him with blank eyes. Jang stood where Kim disappeared. Well, let's start the meeting. And that was how the meeting began. The announcement for hunters to kill the golden horn spider greatly shook the hunters of Bucheon City. The storm had subsided over time, and after the storm, the hunters came up with rational and reasonable answers. There's no reason to apply unless we're crazy. They insisted that they should not apply for the Mac Guild's hunter recruitment. The risk is too high, even with the merit. It's a blue-grade monster, and we might faint or die of a heart attack just by being exposed to its fear. It was a wise decision. A blue-grade monster was like a natural disaster, which was not easy to measure the risk of. No one was calculating profit and loss against the blue-grade monster, as no one was worried about what they would gain with the typhoon, in front of the typhoon. There are not many people. As a result, only 3,000 applied for the Mac Guild's hunter recruitment. There were fewer applicants, but they had stricter qualifications. I hear there's 1,000 passing through. Even when they excluded those who did not meet the qualifications, those remaining numbered only 1,000. Only 1,000 of the countless hunters who made Bucheon City boil like a furnace were passed. 1,000 people, isn't that too few? Well, if the guy who's participating is being called crazy, and there are 1,000 crazy guys, then there's a lot. After that, someone said that there were still more than 1,000 crazy people left. They did not need to explain how terrible this hunt would be. If it had not been for the Mac Guild, he would have lost his life. However, when the Mac Guild asked for help, the B*TCH ran away, afraid for his life. So, a volunteer is better than AF*King bastard. The leader is a woman, and she's a madwoman. Yes, I'm a crazy B*TCH. Park Ju-yeon and her colleagues were some of the 3,000 people who had applied for the ridiculous hunter recruitment. They were also some of the 1,000 people who had passed through the quite difficult qualifications. The Park Ju-yeon Party. Having a simple and ignorant party name, they were quite famous in Chungcheong Province, unlike the funny party name. A large flute that Park Ju-yeon, the leader, had inherited as a family treasure, was a very powerful third-grade relic, and her skill in using it was also excellent. After they received a lot of recruitment attempts from the clans and were ready to succeed in a world full of monsters, they said that they would apply for the hunter recruitment and surprised the people around them. Others asked the party why they would walk on their feet into a place like a grave. They even said that if the party hunted down weak monsters and improved their ability and skills, the party could be successful enough. However, Park and her colleagues did not hesitate to apply for hunter recruitment. Even this crazy B*TCH knows that I have to pay for the price of my life. Park and her colleagues were once saved by Kim Tae-hoon. By the time he took out the Messiah in Chungcheong Province, they were freed, and thanks to the hunters sent by the Mac Guild, they were now safe from the monster threat and survived thanks to the Mac Guild support. I think they're all making a mistake, and I think this war hasn't even started yet. There are too many people who think that killing a golden horn spider is going to end the war. So, Park and her colleagues were willing to volunteer when the Mac Guild asked for help. That was why they were talking while eating at the Guri County office, where they could see the Seomjin River below and Nogadan, one of the 3 peaks of Yuri-san, in the east. Except for that reason, it's a chance to fight alongside the first hunter, isn't it? This is not a common opportunity. That's right. It is a scene that we couldn't see even if we paid for it. After finishing the meal, they were about to embellish the story ahead of the monster hunting that would start tomorrow morning. Take coffee. A mug of coffee was given to volunteers of this hunting gathered at the playground of Guri Middle School in front of Guri County office. Mug. Not a paper cup, coffee in a mug. In addition, the mug was not just a mug, but a mug with the Mac Guild's mascot, Mac. Everyone looked stunned at the fact. But it did not take long for their expressions to change. Hey! That's Bang Hyun-wook. Lieutenant Kim Soo-ji is also there. Now, those who had become famous had appeared one by one, and everyone changed their expressions in surprise. It was when Kim Tae-hoon appeared with Jang Sung-hoon that their expressions peaked. At first, there were not many people who immediately noticed that Kim was there. But when they saw Jang, whose face was well known, standing beside Kim with a serious posture, and Bang Hyun-wook and Kim Soo-ji saluting Kim respectfully, there was no one who could not notice that he was Kim Tae-hoon. Gulp. Everyone swallowed the same way with the same expression, holding the same mug with the same coffee in their hands. I have a few things to say before the briefing on the golden horn spider that will begin tomorrow. In a world where everyone had become a mannequin, Kim talked with a mug of coffee in his hand. The original meaning of a hunt was that something strong eats something weak, and it was common for a fox to catch a rabbit, a tiger to catch a boar, and so it was with human beings. It was originally a hunt to eat the weak, but the concept of the hunt began to change at some point. Kim turned his head toward Yuri-san. At some point, a human being began to kill something stronger than himself. He began hunting wolves and hunting tigers. Kim turned his head back to them. There were 1,000 hunters looking at him with a surprised expression. He smiled at them lightly. It was a very small figure after seeing that the number of hunters registered in the Mac Guild now exceeded 10,000 people, but he was rather satisfied with this number. There are many crazy guys. For Kim and the Mac Guild, there were about 1,000 crazy people who would walk onwards, even if it was directly into a grave. They were proof that what he had done so far was not wrong. So he continued to speak with a little excitement. Tools, strategies, tactics, and cooperation, these things have allowed humans to hunt stronger things, and that doesn't change even when monsters are present. Kim had dealt with 2 blue-grade monsters so far. It was amazing, a great feat, even if it was a surprise that it was almost done by him alone. However, the fight with the 2 monsters was close to a struggle to live, not hunting. The power, tactics, and weapons used in the battle were the masterpieces and tricks created by Kim's improvisation. It was not a thorough hunt. Rather, the hunting that he had tried after thorough preparation was usually unsuccessful. That happened in the hunt of the black snake. He was all ready to kill it, and everyone was working together, but the result? Everything that was prepared was meaningless, and only Kim's final attempt to survive was able to save him. It was a clear failure. Since then, Kim has never succeeded at real hunting. As said before, he survived in the fights with his tricks and skills. The problem was the result. The hunting of the black snake failed, but he was able to learn a clear lesson from the failure. On the other hand, there was no lesson in the struggle after using the tricks. That was the reality. Tricks could not give people faith and trust, even though they would bring out their admiration. If Kim wanted to kill the golden horn spider on his own, he could kill it, and everyone would be amazed at it. However, that was all. The battle would never leave a lesson that would be a stepping stone for someone else. The same is true of the golden horn spider. If you try to kill it with your bare body, no one can kill it now. But if you use tools, use strategies and tactics, and finally collaborate, there's no reason you cannot kill it. It was that part Kim wanted to say right now. Furthermore, it was such a feeling that he wanted to give to those who gathered here for this hunt. This is a hunt like that, not just to defeat the catastrophe we face, but to deal with it with our own hands. This will be the first true hunt against a blue-grade monster. After finishing his speech, Kim had coffee. As always, a short silence of savoring began. But no one questioned this silence. Everyone was willing to wait for the silence to end. I'll start the briefing. And the silence was over. 4. A golden horn spider. The way this giant spider, with its 8 long golden legs and a coal-black body well over 10 meters long, worked was so simple. It spread a wide spider web across its territory. And that was it. The golden horn spider did not come to find the prey on its web. It just waited to take the energy of the prey the spider web had caught, drain away its health, and eventually suck away its vitality. That was the power of the golden horn spider. Its web was not just tough and sticky, but it had the eerie ability to suck the energy, health, and vitality of an object. That golden horn spider's web was spread widely around a peak of Yiri-san, Qianwangbong. Of course, the golden horn spider did not intend to come out of its own area. On the other hand, in order to kill the golden horn spider, the most basic rule was to fight it in a place other than its area. If Kim had to fight alone, it would not be difficult. Using his telekinesis to fly, it would be possible to fight enough where the spider web did not reach. But if he was going to do that, Kim would not have made a fuss. He prepared for the event. Even if they excluded his existence, they could make a valid attack on the monster called a golden horn spider. We secured Banyabong. Once Kim ordered the hunters to remove the monsters that were crowded around the golden horn spider. Individual battle. Through that method, they secured the main area around Qianwangbong and an area where they could secure visibility. We also secured Nogadan. Their process was being revealed on the map. Every time they secured a target point, a black ghost stone was placed on the map, and the number of the ghost stones set down reached about 30. The black ghost stones had perfectly surrounded Chien Wangbong in Yuri-san. Based on the situation, Kim also gave a new order without moving himself. Put the armored hunting battalion into the area. 5. The Armored Hunting Battalion. It was Colonel Lim Hyun-jun who came up with the concept of this newly established special unit after the emergence of monsters. Its origin was simple. Colonel Lim Hyun-jun took over the 8th Mechanized Infantry Division at once, and authority over the front line and the Kangwon area, and began to reorganize his power to fight with the monsters. In such a situation, there were two things that worried Colonel Lim. One was that the front line and the Kangwon area were mountainous terrains, where armored power could not be used freely, and the other was that the number of relics secured by the 8th Mechanized Infantry Division was insufficient, so they needed great firepower, like a tank, for monster hunting. Colonel Lim interpreted the situation simply. A trained artilleryman can carry a 60mm mortar alone, so if he is a soldier with high strength, health, and energy, he can disassemble and transport towed artillery. It was a terrible thought for the soldiers under Colonel Lim, especially the soldiers who were awakened, but he personally implemented the idea. Of course, he did not practice it himself, but his men practiced. The result was impressive. The Armored Hunting Battalion fought with great firepower in any harsh area. After that, Colonel Lim joined the Mac Guild, and as soon as the Mac Guild actually took over the full power of the ROK armed forces, he focused on fostering and supporting the Armored Hunting Battalion. The result was now revealed to MT Yuri. I can't believe I set it up, because I'm hauling an artillery cannon into the middle of MT Yuri. In the middle of a rough mountain, a tank could not access and even helicopters could not reach easily. A KH-179 155mm howitzer was standing upright with a long barrel in a good shape. It was the work of the Armored Hunting Battalion. It was a great achievement. Was there a unit in the world that could take the giant howitzer apart, bring it to the mountains, and assemble it again? I might carry a tank later. I hope not. Of course, the faces of the Armored Hunting Battalion, who had made a great achievement a reality, were not so great after doing this glorious thing. They knew that there was no end of work in the military. But there is a rumor that the division is building an M61 unit. What is that? A unit carrying an M61 and supporting firepower. No, what the hell is that? The M61 is for a fighter or a warship, not for a man. Who did that? The guild master. Let's hope it's not us. Wouldn't it be more effective to just pray for the disappearance of the monsters? In addition, they knew that this army was a childish organization that really used all means and methods to appease their superiors. Anyway, the howitzer was ready to show off its splendor immediately. The howitzers installed in 30 places pointed their long barrels toward Chien Wangbong. In addition, mortars installed everywhere were ready to pour in additional firepower. They brought the real towed artilleries in with their bare hands and installed them. I'm glad I am a hunter. If I was in the military. Look, I am still in the reserve troops, but they are not going to call up reserve forces to do this, are they? Hunters who had secured safety for the members of the Armored Hunting Battalion by removing monsters were crowded around them. Well, I'm sure now that I see this. Now they could truly understand the conversation the day that they had all shared the same coffee and mug on the grass playground of a ruined middle school. Why did the master call it hunting? I agree. The hunt began. 6. Tokyo, Japan. There was only one new building rising up in the world, in what was the largest ruin in the world. It was a building. The building, which was still under construction, was so large that it reminded them of the skyscrapers and Burj Khalifa in Dubai, but the impact of what construction had already been completed was tremendous. The building was a double-sided building in many ways. In someone's eyes, it seemed to be the hope of a land that had been ruined, and on the other, it seemed to be a hideous thing that did not fit in with the ruined land. Obviously, in the eyes of the man who was looking at the building now, Musashi, it was the same hope as the sun above the sky. How long will it take to build the rising sun? Because of this, Musashi gave a name directly to the building, the rising sun. Musashi was planning to declare Japan an empire, not just Japan, the moment the building was completed. If only we had the labor force. Of course, it was only a vision of Musashi, and for those who had to make his vision a reality, the building seemed to be a disaster. In fact, the building, which would be called the rising sun by most of those who survived in Japan, was considered a hideous thing beyond the ruins. The resources and manpower used to build a building in the ruined land were enormous. It was in fact not different from building a huge building with human bones and blood in a situation where even urban restoration was not done properly. Many people had already died during construction. But Musashi didn't mind. We will soon be able to bring in a labor force from the Joseon dynasty in Korea, so plan your work accordingly. Rather, he smiled hard, remembering the conversation he had shared a few hours ago. A few hours ago, the 6 snakes had met. At the meeting, Musashi finally got consent from all the 6 snakes. The Korean peninsula was his now. It allowed Japan to attack the Korean peninsula and then gave Japan all rights to the Korean peninsula, with the promise of full support from the 6 snakes in the process. It was not different from making the Korean peninsula Japanese territory for Musashi. Of course, Musashi had no intention of taking any more time. We failed to get Busan, but it doesn't matter, because South Korea's naval power is so weak that we can get through it any time we put our full power in. It would be easier if China could check South Korea through North Korea. He has waited for only one thing, the support of the 6 snakes. The 6 snakes, which had acquired even China, said they would attack the north area of Korea with Chinese troops. Then all the troops in Korea would be assigned to the north. If the Japanese naval forces were to launch a landing operation, they would get virtually bloodless entry to Korea. The 6 snakes were right, there is no reason to disregard the opportunity to establish a new order. Musashi turned and looked north. For now, Mount Fuji came into view. But at this moment, Musashi saw beyond Mount Fuji. He saw it at least until he heard the news. Lord, Lord! Korea sent you a letter. What do you mean, a letter? An IGA ninja who was sent to Korea brought back a letter. How could a dispatched man get a letter from the Korean government? He was caught and sent back. The smile disappeared from Musashi's lips. At the same time, he reached out his hand and the man who arrived handed the letter to him. After that, he opened the letter, scanned it, and handed it back to his subordinate. It was because the letter was written in Korean. His subordinate immediately read the letter to interpret and became pale. Tell me the contents. His pale subordinate told him the contents of the letter. The arrangements are over, and now he's coming here to claim the price of Korean lives. The golden horn spider had 8 golden legs and was 10 meters long. With a huge body and head that fit such legs, it had never hidden itself. No, it couldn't hide itself. The huge body was the second. The 8 blue eyes on its head made the legs of its prey numb with fright hundreds of meters or even kilometers away. It didn't have to hide itself. Unlike other monsters, the golden horn spider did not have to work hard to hunt. The golden horn spider had only 2 things to do, to widen the area of its web when it was in a good mood and to punish those who dared to live in its own territory. In fact, so far, it had only done those 2 things. It had no experience doing anything else. Therefore, it was confused. Rumbling. The golden horn spider could hear dimly the rolls of thunder from a long distance away. Even the thunderstorm came not from one direction, but all directions, dozens of rolls of thunder in sequence. Chi. This was a situation it had never experienced and never thought of before. Chi. The power of the rolls of thunder, however, was beyond imagination. Whenever a shot hit the ground turned upside down and soared like a fountain. Chi-e. Dozens of thunderstorms arriving in a single breath left indelible scars on the body of the golden horn spider. 2 of its legs were ripped off, creating terrible scars on the huge body. Chi. Chi-e. A painful cry burst out to the golden horn spider. But this was not the end. Boom. 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 It was a small noise compared to the preceding thunder, but still powerful little bolts of lightning began to shower down on the golden horn spider. Chi. By that time, there was no longer a faint cry from the golden horn spider. Du-woo-woong. Instead, a sad and heartrending sound was heard. 8. The power of a 155mm shell transcended common sense. The sight of the earth rising up like a fountain at the moment of the bomb blasts was amazing that humans made such weapons to kill humans. When hundreds of 60mm, 81mm, and 4.2-inch mortars began to fill the gaps between the spouting shells in a separate sequence from the 155mm towed artillery guns, the destructive power generated by the concentrated saturation would have crushed the giant mountain, Yuri-san. The figure of the golden horn spider, who had received such an absurdly intensive bombardment, looked terrible. Du-woo-woong. Above all, the peal of the bell of King Songdik, which was being run steadily, made the golden horn spider vulnerable. It was the most fatal thing. Even with its natural armor, it could not hold on under the intensive bombardment, but it was shot naked. Du-woo-woong. In the end, even when there was no further bombardment, the golden horn spider was weak enough to shudder at the bell of King Songdik. Of the 8 eyes, only 2 were fine, and only 3 of its 8 legs were left. However, the golden horn spider had still survived after this absurd intensive bombardment. They were not just the shells, but it was a bombard made out of a bronze sword 3rd-grade relic, being exposed to the bell of King Songdik. It was a certain proof that this monster was far beyond the common sense of a human being. Kim Tae-hoon stood in front of the golden horn spider. He was holding 3 swords on his back, carrying a bag, and looking at it with his black eyes. This is the first time. At the same time, the past image of the monster with the blue eyes that he was now looking at, was passing by. When I face a monster that has become a rag. The first was the gamecock. The first meeting with the gamecock was the peak of his desperation. Kim had to fight it without preparing at all. Then it was the freezer. He was not very pleased to see it. If there had been no bell of King Songdik and without a missile usually mounted on a fighter, he would have had to step down, with hundreds of thousands of survivors still left in Taegu City. To the 2 monsters that he had faced like that, Kim was an insignificant being. As evidence, there was no vigilance or fear in the blue eyes of those who had looked at him. There was only the ferocity of a hungry beast in front of their prey. And even when I see this so scared. But now the blue eyes of the golden horn spider were embarrassed, frightened, and afraid. That was the obvious evidence. At this moment, the golden horn spider was game. Now it was time to finish the hunt. As always, it was time to stab the monster's heart and take the monster stone out of its heart. But Kim Tae-hoon waited for it. Toot toot. He waited for those who were coming to this place where the fear of the golden horn spider still remained, with the help of the power of all kinds of musical instruments, including the large flute heard from far away, and the instruments that became relics. Trembling. He waited for the crowd shaking all over who wanted to come here, trembling in front of the fear that they could not control even though they were helped by the relics. In that manner, Kim waited for the comrades who willingly risked his or her life for this hunting. There. Oh, my God. And when the comrades gathered, Kim finally finished the hunt. Tsrong. The sword of the Imperator in the sheath flew like a lightning bolt toward the heart of the already weak golden horn spider. Thunk. The sword of the Imperator brought an end, and at the same time, the trembling of those who flocked around the golden horn spider began to stop. Everyone felt the hunt was over, and they were free now. Who? It was a freedom to make the biggest shout that could be used by those who had stopped shaking. Who? Kim had confidence in the situation where everyone was shouting like thunder. There is no room now. There was no room left. So now Kim no longer hesitated. Tonight, I will attack Japan. 9. Yosu Port. It was a dark night, and the night sea of Yosu was visible. However, unfortunately, there was no light that could have shown a beautiful sight. There was a man instead. Colonel Lim Hyun-jun was looking at night sea of Yosu. He still had a strong figure and a burning look. Thud. And now there were two men. Here you are. Kim had landed from the sky, and Colonel Lim immediately spoke to him. What happened with the hunt? The armored hunting battalion has done well. At the response, Colonel Lim smiled with satisfaction. I'm glad to hear that they helped you. The armored hunting battalion was the unit that Colonel Lim had created. He was the most confident with the unit. Its value was recognized by Kim, not just anyone else. It was like getting the highest praise for Colonel Lim as a commander. The armored hunting battalion may take a more active part in the future war. I suppose so. Special forces with the firepower of the tank will actually be the masters of the battlefield. Above all, if a person who has the eyes of a black snake or the hearing of a bell-tailed rat like you becomes a commander, the deeds of the armored hunting battalion will be even more powerful. I think we need to increase the size of the armored hunting battalion. In addition, we need training for mountainous terrain, for desert terrain, and for street fighting. I'll apply it to the training soon. This time, I think we need to organize the troops in detail. Based on the ability of the soldiers who handled the 4.2-inch mortar, the 4.2-inch mortar can be operated by 2 people, not a group of 3. The 60mm mortar including artillery shells can be operated by an individual, if they are trained properly. If the members of the armored hunting battalion heard this, the contents of the conversation might have made them dizzy. Fortunately, the story ended there. Did you send them a warning note? I don't know what's going to happen during the delivery, but I did. We sent 5 of the ninjas we captured, and one of them should arrive. It was an order given to Colonel Lim before Kim went on hunting for the golden horn spider. Deliver the letter to Japan using the captured ninjas. The message was, of course, a warning note. But what was your intention in doing so? I threw a stone, so they are going to react anyway. And there will be some kind of gap. That's great. The reason for sending the warning note was to make a gap. Colonel Lim admired Kim's move. No matter how ambitious, capable, and qualified Colonel Lim was, he could not have had more experience in war than Kim. Kim showed lessons that he wanted to buy, even if he had to pay $1 billion. Kim did not respond to Colonel Lim's admiration. Rather, he made his cold face colder. It's war now. The dice had been thrown. For Kim, the Korean Strait between Korea and Japan had become the Rubicon River. The difference was that Caesar crossed the Rubicon with his army instead of crossing it with a single body, while Kim crossed the Korean Strait as a single body. That was all. In 36 hours, send troops to Tsushima Island and take it over. The result of Kim who would cross the Korean Strait and of Caesar who had crossed the Rubicon would be the same. Just as Caesar had made a new Roman history, Kim would rewrite Japanese history. Colonel Lim read Kim's intention, and did not make any more admiring remarks. He breathed out a long sigh. Now it's a real war. War is a word of fate, for soldiers. Someone wants to avoid it, and someone wants it to come. Colonel Lim was the latter. He was an ambitious man, and he wanted a historic war to happen in his heart. Now the war he wanted was coming. It was not just a war. I'm not going to be at the center of this war. Korea's conquest war of Japan. It was a war that was hard to find even in the long history that had existed between the Korean peninsula and the Japanese islands. So far, there has been no war in their history in which the nations of the Korean peninsula had fought against Japan on the mainland of Japan. The target of the invasion was always the Korean peninsula, and the battlefield was also on the Korean peninsula. Kim's war was inevitably a historic war in many ways. Who? Colonel Lim, who was just realizing the fact, felt his heart shaking with all kinds of emotions. Kim briefly told him, "Don't get emotional and don't get sentimental. All you can appreciate is those who haven't experienced war." Kim finished the warning and immediately flew out to a fishing boat that had already sailed out into Yosu port. Colonel Lim looked after it and rubbed his face, erasing the expression on his face. "I almost made the same mistake as Lieutenant General Lee Hyuk. Kim was right. War is nothing but war. Evaluation of the war, or mourning or reverence of the war, emotion and appreciation, criticism and blame, are the responsibility of those who have not experienced it. For those who have experienced it, war is nothing more than war." The act of making an emotional face was not something a commander should do to lead a war and shed the blood of others. Colonel Lim removed his expression, straightened his right hand and put it to his temple. He waited that way until the fishing boat disappeared from his sight. 10. Tsushima Island. The island, which was called Tsushima Island in Japan, was the closest island to both Korea and Japan. Therefore, it was a place for tourists and passenger ships, rather than tension, guns, or a warship at the island. Although Korea and Japan were anxious because they could not take over each other politically and diplomatically, it was evident that they were in harmony on military matters. On the other hand, the fact that the military had come into Tsushima Island was evidence that Japan was blatantly revealing its intentions to invade the Korean peninsula. "How long do we have to wait here? How could I know that?" And now there were warships, not a few soldiers, and awakeners with marks on their hands. Someday the order will come. The time they were waiting for was, of course, the time of the invasion. As soon as the order came down, everyone on Tsushima Island would immediately move for Busan. The moment they arrived in Busan, they would acquire Busan according to a set plan, and then, a powerful force from the Japanese archipelago, settled in Busan, would take over the Korean peninsula. It was their role to be the advance guards of the war. In that situation, the days of doing nothing to those on Tsushima Island with all their resolutions were not free, and they were feeling itchy all over. "God damn it, if they're going to do this, just leave us on the mainland. There is no water to drink, and it's hard to take a shower here. What a hard time. My words too." There was nothing to do but complain. It was a minor disturbance that silenced their complaints. The whine of sirens. The noise of the warning began to spread rapidly in the dark of the Tsushima Island. "What's going on? A boat is coming here." The main culprit of the disturbance was a boat heading for Tsushima Island. The incoming boat made a faint sound and it did not show any threat to them. But those who looked at the boat didn't relax at all. "Who's on the boat? I can't see anyone." Nothing was on the fishing boat. Then, the answer was one of two: it was a ghost boat, or some people were hiding themselves inside the boat. Either way was nothing good for Japan Maritime Self-Defense Force nestled on Tsushima Island. They didn't hesitate. "Sink the boat." Major Suki ordered immediately, and soon the machine guns on the tower on Tsushima Island fired, quickly turning the fishing boat into a hull-ridden wreck. The fishing boat sank with bubbles. After that, the people with telescopes looked at the area the fishing boat had been. Situation terminated. But at this moment, no one felt like the situation was over. Is it over? It's weird. I feel weird, too. I don't think it's over. It was because of the feelings of the Japanese. Japan is a country full of earthquakes which can occur daily. If such happened in another country, it might be a national disaster. It is natural that people living in such a country have the ability to sense an inevitable disaster. At this moment, they could feel it. An overwhelming disaster that they could not dare to face was coming to Tsushima Island. No place was free from the nightmare that began on December 31, 2016. In that sense, the nightmare that Japan had faced was enough to say that it was nearly the worst nightmare. It was the worst from the start. For dark blue monsters settled in the Japanese islands and built their own territory. But that was the beginning, as was said earlier. On the nightmare that began with the emergence of monsters, an unavoidable monster called natural disaster came to Japan. It began with a magnitude 7.4 earthquake that struck Kyushu, Japan on March 11. After that, earthquakes with magnitudes of 7.2 and 6.3 came to Tokyo sequentially. The tsunami that came after the earthquake drowned those that had survived in the forest of buildings. Of course, the blow was fatal. Japan had a better disaster preparedness system than any other country, but the system was useless after the monsters appeared. Then, as July started, a typhoon swept through the Japanese mainland. It was simply a series of disasters at which even monsters would scream, and Japan could no longer play its part. At the time of the typhoon's arrival, the country of Japan no longer existed in the islands, and a new nation was built there. The Great Japanese Empire. It was the official name of the new nation established in the islands. Musashi founded the empire so that he could put himself on the throne as the empire's first emperor. He had driven away monsters with the sword, Kusanagi, from the Tokyo ruins that had become hell. Of course, there was no such thing as democracy. There was no equality either. Instead, classism and inequality took their place. Musashi divided the citizens of the Japanese Empire into 9 classes, from 1st to 9th. Those who were not awakened became 9th-class citizens, and those who were awakened were 5th-class citizens, each of whom was able to become higher-class citizens, depending on their role, performance, and achievements. Most common survivors remained 9th-class citizens, who were treated like slaves. Ironically, this system helped the Japanese Empire recover its infrastructure quickly. Those who wanted to survive in a world where they had to prove their worth in any way in order to survive were desperate. Hiyoshi Teo was one of the survivors of this new Japan. In addition, he was a successful man who could puff out long cigarette smoke from his office at any time. That's crazy. The background of his success was the Imperial Hunting Unit. It was a core organization of the Japanese Empire, a group that took charge of everything about monster hunting as it was. It was the most supported group in Japan that was still full of monsters, and it was a powerful and influential organization. Hiyoshi belonged to such an Imperial Hunting Unit. God damn it. In addition, he was a 3rd-class citizen of the Imperial Hunting Unit, a great place to describe his success. It was really great. He was living a much better life than before the monsters had appeared. Until about a month ago, when Matsumoto Kanyo, his superior, one of the closest aides to and one of the 4 heavenly guardians of Musashi, named him as the head of the Kyushu branch of the Imperial Hunting Unit, he had nothing to envy. It's better to go to hell. God damn it. Kyushu. This huge island, located south of the archipelago, was one of Japan's 2 largest hell islands, along with Hokkaido. The 7.4 magnitude earthquake that hit Kyushu did not leave any social infrastructure, and an 8-tailed fox, with its dark blue pupils, had made Aso Mountain, located in Kumamoto City, its territory. He became the branch manager of a place like that. It was a demotion. This alone would leave him feeling bad. How the hell am I supposed to solve the problem that is on Tsushima Island? However, the bigger problem began a week ago, when Tsushima Island, a base for advancement into the Korean peninsula, fell to the enemy overnight. As said earlier, Kyushu was now a monster's territory. Of course, Hakata Port in Fukuoka City, located in Kyushu Province, the nearest port to Korea's Busan Port, was currently unavailable. So, Tsushima Island was important. Once they had a naval base on it, they could send a ship to Busan Port or Yosu Port from the central location of Tsushima Island, even though it was insufficient. In fact, Musashi was able to show his willingness to advance to the Korean peninsula immediately thanks to the construction of a minimal facility to accommodate the naval forces on the island. But now that they had lost Tsushima Island, it was no wonder the plan was broken. Of course, the Japanese Empire was now trying to recover the island. The effort included recapturing Hakata Port in Kyushu province, which could send enough powerful naval force without needing Tsushima Island. Naturally, an urge for Hayoshi, a branch manager of Kyushu who had been demoted, began. I am crazy. I have to match the number of the monster stones which should be sent home country somehow. This urge was not simply done by a word. It was done by increasing the number of the monster stones which the Kyushu branch of the Imperial Hunting Unit had to pay back to Tokyo, the home country, which demanded action, not words. I am done if I can't fill the number of the monster stones this time again. In addition, this was his last chance. If Hayoshi could not prove his worth here, he would be demoted once again. I will be deployed to the Korean peninsula without conditions. It will be the first. The next region for his demotion was 100% likely to be the Korean peninsula. It was clear that he would become a prologue actor in the war to make the Korean peninsula a bridgehead for the Japanese Empire. It was actually a suicide squad. No, there's a crazy monster in Korea. If I am deployed to the Korean peninsula right now. Moreover, Hayoshi knew that currently, there was an absurd monster in Korea that the Japanese Empire wanted to hide somehow. Hayoshi was an able man. If he had wanted, he could have become a samurai of the empire, not an imperial hunter. In other words, if he stepped into the Korean peninsula, his mission was highly likely to face the monster of the Joseon dynasty. Fuck. That's why Hayoshi now smoked incessantly. Knock. There was a knock on his office door. Hayoshi did not answer. He looked at the door with nervously. Screech. Then the door opened, and his subordinate showed up. Well, sir. Why? Looking at Hayoshi's cigarette and his sharp eyes, the subordinate acknowledged that he came at a really bad time and lowered himself as much as he could before speaking cautiously. Oh, I've brought in the payment for the home country for Section 392, led by Erasure. Hayoshi breathed out a long cloud of smoke at the report of his subordinate. Really? It was not a matter of anger, since the payment for the home country had arrived at a time when the monster stones were in urgent need. The only thing that bothered him was the name Erasure. A group leader, Erasure. A branch manager of Kyushu, Hayoshi remembered Erasure because he was incompetent. Bring it in. However, Hayoshi was in need of the monster stones that even Erasure had brought, and he couldn't help feeling annoyed. The subordinate, unaware of his thoughts, carefully put a heavy pouch on his desk. Huh. The moment Hayoshi saw a heavy pouch the size of a young child's head, his eyes changed. Then he opened the pocket and saw the red stones filling it. He no longer worried. Call in the group leader Erasure. Erasure Jun was a very good man on the outside. It was hard to find a problem on the outside. It seemed difficult to sum up the man named Erasure Jun with only a few characteristics. This is him. On the other hand, next to Erasure was a man of a different type than Erasure. He was a man of short-cut hair, bushy beard, and sharp eyes, with a hornbow on his back. Everything about him was impressive. This man from Korea, his name is Kim Tae-hoon. Erasure introduced the Master Sergeant. He was a member of the Capital Defense Command in Korea. His rank was a boss. At the next introduction, Hayoshi opened his eyes slightly and looked at the man named Kim Tae-hoon. But since he is wanted for rebellion in Korea, he risked his life to arrive in the territory of our great Japanese Empire. Stop. Hayoshi stopped Erasure. Instead, Hayoshi directly asked a man named Kim Tae-hoon, "Do you speak Japanese?" "Yes." "How much can you speak?" "I have no problem communicating with Japanese people." "Why did you come to Japan?" Erasure made a grim face at the question. He had explained why the man named Kim Tae-hoon came to Japan. Hayashi asked this question again to the man named Kim Tae-hoon again. Erasure did not think that Hayashi would ask this question just because he wanted a simple answer, as Kim had been driven to Japan on account of rebellion. I'm here to go back to Korea. Go back. I was under Major General Lee Ki-soo. I know to some extent what kind of deal he made with Japan. Major General Lee Ki-soo. I've heard of him. It was a vague name in Hayashi's memory. Of course, it wasn't important if it was vague. The name was mentioned several times when Matsumoto was referring to Korea. What was important was about the dim memory character was Kanyo Matsumoto, the leader of the Imperial Hunting Unit. A runaway from a power struggle? At this moment, a picture was painted in Hayashi's mind. Lee Ki-soo, who was in contact with Japan, died, and the new group would have moved to root out Lee's remnants. If he didn't want to die, he would have to be a fugitive. So, what was the escape route that a fugitive could take from the land of the Korean peninsula, not from North Korea? To North Korea or Japan? A man named Kim Tae-hoon chose Japan as an escape route, and he eventually reached Japan. This was the picture Hayashi painted. What do you want? I want to take over the plan of Major General Lee Ki-soo. Of course, I'd like to speak to someone who can talk about it. He shows his ambition. As soon as Hayashi heard this, he was sure of one thing. He's worth a lot of use. Kim Tae-hoon was a man who could only benefit from him, from Hayashi's perspective, no matter how he used him. How do I use him? He was a pumpkin that had rolled in. It wouldn't hurt to just send this man to the home country as he was. At least Hayashi would hear the praise. A compliment is not enough. Listening to such praise would not improve Hayashi's situation. What he needed right now was performance. I think his ability is good. The speed of gathering the monster stones after contacting Erasure, as well as having the guts to come from Korea to Japan, was definitely impressive. But he must have come this far because his ability was good. He must have been a good hunter in Korea. The key was that I can use him anytime, and throw him away if necessary. Right now, Hayashi was in a hurry for monster stones, and a sharp knife came in, which would not harm him if he broke it. It was simple, then. I cannot accept your offer right now. As you know, now Korea has attacked our empire. Very recently, Tsushima Island was attacked. Under such circumstances, it is impossible to send a Korean to our home country. Not killing you right now is the greatest consideration I can show. I guess consideration isn't free. What do you want? I'll be a middleman, if you prove you are faithful and if you pay for the introduction. Hayashi would only use this knife until he could use it no more. You don't want me to write with my blood, and what you want are monster stones. It's nice to have a quick understanding. There are now monsters in Kyushu. There's no better place to play. So, what do you want? Hayashi looked sideways at the following reaction. Did my communication fail? Here, Hayashi thought the man named Kim Tae-hoon didn't really understand what he was saying. No matter how good he was at Japanese, it was almost impossible to master another language. Even though the people talk with their own people in their own language, there is a person who can't understand the words. That's a human being. So Hayashi tried to explain it again. So now Kyushu is full of monsters and... So what do you want? But this time, the conversation went wrong, and Hayashi remained silent. Then he stared at Kim with an angry look. Kim said in front of such eyes, so what color do you want? Hayashi relaxed his expression at the remark. What color is possible? Yellow. If I get the right support and assistance, that's what I can do. Yellow. Hayashi expressed his admiration for the remark. Oh, God, only someone that is at least a samurai is needed to kill a yellow grade. Instead of responding to him, Kim took a smartphone out of his pocket. Snap. Soon after he took off his gloves, he took a picture with his smartphone and showed it to Hayoshi. Basic abilities. Special abilities. Hayoshi's eyes changed after reading the contents of the smartphone. Not normal. Those stats were enough to express such confidence. But the surprise did not stop there. If I can bring my team here, and if I can get some solid support, I can kill a green grade. Actually, my team has a lot of experience killing green grade monsters in Seoul. Is that true? Ask the man who knows the situation of the Capital Defense Command about Major Oh Se-bum. I hunted monsters with him. If you learn of his achievements, you will find that I'm not talking nonsense. Hayoshi didn't worry about it anymore. Kitakyushu City, located in Fukuoka Prefecture, was the first city you met upon entering Kyushu Province in the Japanese islands. The Kitakyushu City Hall was a 6-sided building with glass walls instead of cement. For this reason, the building was impressive in its own way, as it exuded a sophisticated office building image, rather than a sense of the city hall. Of course, that was the old story. Now, the Kitakyushu City Hall has become a horrid, skeleton-like building where it was hard to find a glass window after of the magnitude 7.4 earthquake that had buried men and monsters. The Kyushu branch of the Imperial Hunting Unit was currently using the Kitakyushu City Hall as its headquarters. It was a far from a convenient choice. That's Kakura Castle. The reason why the members of the local Imperial Hunting Unit, which could be called a precious force, used the Kitakyushu City Hall as a headquarter was not because it had a few good spaces to avoid the night wind. It was because of the ancient castle, Kakura Castle, located just in front of the Kitakyushu City Hall building. They take sacrifices to protect something that is not a relic. That did not mean that Kakura Castle was a relic. Of course, the old objects kept in Kakura Castle became relics, and it was not strange to guard Kakura Castle because there was still a high possibility that there were still unfound relics in Kakura Castle. But it was certainly not reasonable for an Imperial Hunting Unit, who normally risked their lives monster hunting, to take bitter sacrifices instead of sweet rest to protect Kakura Castle. Then why do you keep Kakura Castle? They're going to make a legend, not a history. It was because of the command of Musashi, who had established the Japanese Empire. He had an uncommon obsession with keeping this ancient castle intact. He made a lot of sacrifices to recapture the area where the castle was located from the monsters, and he invested a lot to protect the castle that he had secured. Musashi was not a man with a perverted taste for height. The Sengoku period, he wants to reproduce it. The ancient castles, which were located in various parts of Japan's islands, were the most obvious symbols of Japan's Sengoku period. Japan's Sengoku period was absolutely true to the maxims of, the weak are the prey of the strong, and, winner takes all. By recreating that era, Musashi wanted to make all he enjoyed and everything he did true. The current behavior of Musashi to democratic Japan was nothing more than violence, but the current behavior of Musashi in the Japan of the Sengoku period would be a legend or a myth. That's so funny. Anyway, the residence of Kim Tae-hoon, a hunter from a foreign country, was also set up in the Kitakyushu City Hall. On the 11th floor, the elevator did not work, so he had to take a bit of trouble to walk up. The only good thing was the scenery where he could look at Kakura Castle if he ventured out a little. However, Kim did not like the scenery of Kakura Castle. There was only one thing he liked. Nothing I like except coffee beans. The smell from the coffee mug in his hand Kim was better than he thought. Kim grabbed a mug in his right hand and pulled out a smartphone from his pocket with the other. With a few manipulations, he turned on a picture on the liquid crystal that he had showed in front of Hayoshi, the head of the Kyushu branch, several hours ago. Kim pressed the picture with the thumb holding the smartphone. An application that was not visible on the background screen was executed. Strength, enter the number you want. Health, enter the number you want. Kim wrote a few numbers as indicated, and then switched to photography mode again. After that, he lifted his mug with his TK, and he took a picture of his right hand with the smartphone held with his left. Snap! The picture was taken with the typical sound of photographing. Basic abilities. Strength, 111. Health, 111. Kim laughed thinly as he looked at the picture. The application is better than I thought. Kim put his smartphone in his pocket immediately and scratched his right hand with his left hand. Something black, covering the mark, began to peel off like dead skin. It looked like a picture was hidden under a picture. Kim looked at the real mark that was revealed with his black eyes. Basic abilities. Strength, 749. Health, 733. Special abilities. Energy, A rank. Mana, B+ rank. Telekinesis, A+ rank. Defense, B+ rank. Mana resistance, B+ rank. Achieved abilities. Golden web, grade 3. With the power of the golden horn spider, it creates a spider web with energy. The higher the energy rank, the stronger the spider web is. The higher the mana rank, the more adhesive the spider web is. The higher the telekinesis rank, the greater the ability to feel and control with the spider web is. The real mark, hidden below the specially designed henna tattoo, revealed the real numbers. The revealed numbers were the clearest evidence of his identity. They were deceived by this simple trick. It was the clearest evidence that the man looking at Kakura Castle out of the Kitakyushu City Hall was Kim Tae-hoon. A week ago, he had made Tsushima Island an uninhabited island in exactly 49 minutes. It was not an accidental move, of course. I appreciate it from my point of view. Kim, through his death dreams, has already figured out how Japan would be going forward, and what was in Japan. There, he picked out what he needed. There were three major needs: navy power, relics, and the monster stones of monsters in the Japanese archipelago. It will not be easy to steal them. In the case of the power of the navy, I will have to steal a warship, but a warship is not a toy for children, and even if I took a few technicians, I cannot take dozens or hundreds of warships. The same is true of relics. Most of the important relics already in Japan have already found their owners, and it is not a matter of stealing one or two, but stealing all of them is not something I can do right away. But the most troublesome of these is the monster stone. The relics and battleships remain in place unless they are stolen. But the monster stones end the moment they enter a person's stomach. They can't be stolen then even if I want to. If I want to steal them, I have to steal them before someone eats them. So, Kim made it his top priority. On October 15th, I will eat the heart of the eight-tailed fox. That was why he was here now. Before that, I need to kill the core fellows of the head of the Kyushu branch, Hayoshi. And it was also the reason why Kim, who had coffee, did not smile, even a little. It was for the war that he came here in the end, so he never intended to give any mercy here. Above all, he was not the one who had started this war. It's a war where the blood of an ally is reduced as much as the blood of the enemy. Kim swallowed his coffee and turned his head in the direction Tokyo was. 4. Kyushu, called the second hell of the Japanese archipelago, was a land of opportunity for some. It was a contradictory analogy. There were a few features that applied only to the Kyushu region that made such contradiction a reality. There were no survivors in Kyushu. The absence of survivors was because Kyushu province had no room for long-term food to be grown without a lot of problems versus the food remaining in the wide land. In addition to the preserved food, alcohol and cigarettes remained like treasures, and even the self-defense forces' guns and ammunition left behind in Kyushu remained like jewels. The second reason was that there were a lot of monsters here. Monsters were threatening, but the value of monster stones had become a real jewel that could not be replaced by anything. There were real jewels that could not be compared to the diamonds and sapphires that were now so useless. In such a situation, the Kyushu region, which was full of monsters, had to look like a land of opportunity for someone searching for a place full of jewels. Crucially, everything was done without any clear plans in the Kyushu region. There was no condition to monitor or punish someone's corruption or illegal activities. God damn it. That was why Samurai Nakagawa Genji was willing to come down to Kyushu. The samurai was an important group in the Japanese Empire, and along with the Imperial Hunting Unit, were a group of elite awakeners. Of course, no one could easily enter such an elite group. The sum of strength and health had to exceed 400 points, and the energy and defense rank had to be above C+ or one of them B or above to be qualified for samurai. Those which just preconditions for the test, and after that, they had to prove their ability against monsters and people, and then they became a samurai. The treatment of samurai was better than any other group. If it was not an important matter, they were not bothered by it. The reason why the samurai were born in the first place was to carry out operations against monsters which normal awakeners could not perform properly because of the fear, such as the monsters of the green grade or higher. There was no reason to use such a knife to kill chickens. In addition, a certain amount of monster stones was always paid to the samurai to improve their abilities. Finally, a few named swords in Japan were given to them. No, a named sword was the most obvious proof that he was a samurai. It's all messed up because of that Zainichi. The problem was that the number of samurai increased, and the number of named swords was limited. Therefore, there were more people who did not receive a named sword than those who received them among the current samurai. In the end, it was necessary to prove their value among the samurai to receive a named sword. I can't gather the monster stones because of that King bastard, Zainichi. It was the reason why Nakagawa Genji came down to Kyushu province by himself. He collected monster stones in Kyushu, trying to gather a bribe to achieve what he wanted. His plan was going very smoothly until a few days ago. A branch manager of Kyushu, Hayoshi, who had been in short supply of monster stones and recently been transferred from Tsushima Island, had been urged to meet his demands rather than to interfere with the work of Nakagawa Genji. Especially in a situation where a yellow-grade monster should be killed, hunting was not done without the help of Nakagawa Genji. The relationship between Hayoshi, the branch manager of Kyushu, and Nakagawa Genji was close to the relation between a servant and a master. But the strange man who suddenly appeared broke the relationship. He hunted monsters at a tremendous pace and began to relieve the biggest worry of Hayoshi. If it weren't for the branch manager of Kyushu, Hayoshi, he could not stand a single stroke of my sword. His skills were not great. To be exact, they were not great at all. It was not a trivial level, but it was not comparable to Nakagawa Genji. But he was smart and competent. He shot the arrows using a relic, horn bow, and he never missed the target. The arrows penetrated only the hearts and heads of the monsters. He was predicting the monsters' habits and behavior patterns more accurately than anyone else, and he was coming up with the right numbers. He was hunting monsters like a real hunter. That made it even more difficult. If Kim was a strong man who Nakagawa Genji could not do anything about, Nakagawa Genji would not have worried about it. Genji must have told the homeland all about Kim. If I take this kind of job and let the headquarters know about him. Kim said that he was a Korean-Japanese citizen, but there was no reason for Genji to let a strong person who was not clearly identified hunt around. I will have totally lost my face. But now the man, Kim Tae-hoon, was not a man with such strength. In such a situation, if Genji informed the headquarters about Kim Tae-hoon, it was clear that they would ridicule him, with the evaluation that he was a useless person who could not even handle such things with his own strength, and was trying to borrow their power to cover his weakness. That was why Nakagawa Genji was worried about his troubles at the same time. And sooner or later, if he succeeds in hunting a white snake. Moreover, sooner or later, the Kyushu branch of the Imperial Hunting Unit was planning to hunt a yellow-grade monster, the white snake, that had settled in Mount Umami in Asakura City. The branch manager of the Kyushu Hyoshi had not yet said anything to Nakagawa Genji about when the hunt would start. That meant that Hyoshi recognized the ability of the Korean, and would go on the white snake hunt centered around the man. My position is over. The white snake is a monster as worthy of the yellow grade as the black snake. If Kim Tae-hoon succeeded in hunting the white snake, there was no reason for Hyoshi to humor Nakagawa Genji and ask him for anything. In the case of killing the white snake, the ability acquired from the white snake was one of the most valuable abilities. The ability to see distant objects was extremely good. I have to take it. In fact, it was a monster Nakagawa Genji was after. So, he was able to decide one thing. I have to get rid of him somehow, before he goes hunting for the white snake, without letting Hyoshi know. It was none other than Kim Tae-hoon that gave him the solution to his problem. 5. If the Japanese archipelago was compared to a long coal mine, Kitakyushu City, the entrance of the Kyushu region, was like the blind end of a mine tunnel. It was one of the ends where someone could escape from the Japanese island, where the sea was blocked everything. There were several places in Kitakyushu City where evil and ugly humans would show up. Among them, the Yakuza, even if a nuclear bomb once again exploded in Japan, would survive with the cockroaches to the end. The businesses they ran were the worst places. Drugs were a joke, human trafficking was basic, and if someone paid the price, even assassinating people or killing for pleasure was provided. Monsters with human faces, no, they showed the cruelty that only humans could show. The underground bar which Kim Tae-hoon was now heading to was one of the worst places. It was originally a building where an illegal Yakuza bar was located, and it was now a place where illegal activities which would never have been dreamt of in the past were carried out. When Kim stepped in, drug users were on the floor of the bar, and there were dirty sexual activities going on everywhere. He stood there looking for a seat. A man in a neat attire appeared in this atmosphere. What do you want? The strongest drink. With the order, Kim immediately took 5 red jewels out of his pocket and put them on the table. How much strong drink do you want? I want the fire to go on blazing. Such a stiff drink needs a monster stone per bottle. 5 bottles. The waiter nodded and immediately opened the menu in front of Kim. There was a variety of things on the menu, a jewel for a bottle of wine, a jewel for a methamphetamine, a jewel for a woman, 5 jewels for murder, 10 jewels for rape and murder. It was a menu filled with the cruelty that would be hard to find in hell. Kim did not cover the menu. He read the menu slowly from the beginning. This is a Yakuza bar protected by Nakagawa Genji. And he waited. It'll take about 16 minutes for him to come. After thinking about it, he set the timer on his wrist. If they have monster stones, they can buy drugs, buy people, and kill people. It was around the time when the bottle was raised on the table where Kim Tae-hoon sat, when the atmosphere of the place where it was like a devil's den, which was so terrible and beyond the clutter and even evil, began to change. This is the strongest one in our store. One by one. Every time the bottles filling Kim's table increased by 1, the atmosphere around him changed. Those who were drunk and fallen were dragged away by 1 or 2 people, and the people who had sex violently enough to look cruel began to disappear one by one. The seats of those who disappeared were filled with new guests. The guests had a shrewd force and sharp eyes that did not fit the bar. Thump. The climax of all this was a sound heard from the iron door that warded the underground bar as soon as Kim had 5 bottles on the table. With the sound of the iron door closing firmly, there was no longer a cluttered atmosphere anywhere in the bar. A man appeared at the table of Kim, where he was sitting alone. Zainichi. The man who spoke in an unfriendly manner was wearing a kimono and a Japanese blade on his left hip. The 2 factors were sufficient to discern the fact that he was a samurai, a third-class citizen, and an awakener, Nakagawa Genji. It was no trouble to identify that this was a bar managed by the Yakuza under his protection. Anyway, he had suddenly appeared, and he was smiling in front of Kim. I was thinking about how to kill you, but you came into the tiger's den by yourself. The smile was a hearty smile. Nakagawa Genji was rather grateful, happy to see Kim at this moment. It was like a big tiger now trapped in a trap that a hunter threw away for being useless. It's funny how the world works. When it's bad luck, and if it's lucky, it's always good. He was so happy that he was dumbfounded. Moreover, when Nakagawa Genji came here in one step, the stage was already set. The Yakuza who ran this bar understood the mind of Nakagawa Genji and set the stage early where they could remove a person without noise or rumors. He felt like he was the main character of the finest surprise party. It was why Nakagawa Genji was willing to give consideration to Kim Tae-hoon. You didn't drink all the bottles after ordering, did you? Would you like me to wait until you have a drink, which will be your last drink in the world? Of course, the consideration did not last long. Drink it when I show my respect, because this may be the first and last time I've ever given this kind of consideration to a zainichi. The patience and empathy of Nakagawa Genji were not so great. I have never liked the zainichi. They are not only ruining a country, Japan, but they are a crude, uncivilized people who commit crimes. Josenjin is a dirty blood-stained land, and they must be barbaric and uncivilized, right? A laugh came out from around at Nakagawa Genji's question. Kim did not react much to the atmosphere, which was really a nightmare. He did not drink or give a glance at Nakagawa Genji. It was because there was still time left. Anyway, the moment I step on the land of Joseon, I will kill all the men and cut off all the limbs of the girls and make them sex slaves. Beep. And the time that remained was gone. What is it? Beep, beep. Kim's wristwatch began to spit out an alarm, and Nakagawa Genji, surprised by the sound, took alert. Click. Click. Those around him also immediately pulled the guns out of their waistbands and pointed them at Kim. Of course, it didn't take long to realize that the sound was a watch alarm, because Kim pressed his watch and turned off the alarm. Some made disbelieving expressions, some of them were full of anger. Nakagawa Genji was the latter. The fact that he was surprised by the clock alarm melted away his small consideration at once. You zainichi bastard. It was the moment he was about to express his anger. Swish. The arrow that was silent in Kim's waist started floating. Swish. The arrow was moving surprisingly fast, fast enough to be invisible. Thunk. At the same time, it was surprisingly powerful. It easily penetrated from temple to temple, a piece of flesh between the bones the length of handspan. Thud. It was the sound of bodies beginning to fall on the floor that announced that the flight of the arrow was over. Ha! Nakagawa Genji has stiffened up where he stood. It was because his thinking stopped at this situation that could not be understood by common sense at all. Of course, he realized the most important thing immediately. Dangerous. It was not possible for him to get the position of a samurai with just luck, as only those who had excellent ability and skill qualified. He recognized the desperate crisis he was in, and he dropped his hand to his waist to cut down the crisis into a single stroke. He wanted to pull out the sword in his waistband. Tsrong. And the sword was pulled out by itself. Huck. The sword that was drawn out was caught by Kim, now facing Nakagawa Genji. A sudden feeling of helplessness rose up in front of the absurd things that had happened in a short time. No, at this moment, his ability to detect danger realized that any ability to sense danger or act was completely futile. So, he was scared stiff, and Kim just looked at the man who was now the color of a corpse. I'm sorry, but I can't kill you right now. If I kill you right here, the fact will be delivered through the Shikigami, Japanese ghosts, to Musashi. Along with the words, Kim threw something golden in his palm toward the mouth of Nakagawa Genji. King bastard, yup. It was sticky, and it sealed his mouth at once. Kim got up. It was the first time since he had entered this bar. But it was not just Kim who got up. The bottles on Kim's table also began to emerge. Clank. The bottles exploded and sprinkled alcohol all over the place. Tui. Kim spat on the scattered alcohol. Whoosh. The strong liquor ignited as if it were trying to prove how strong it was. The bluish flames reflected off his black eyes. 7. The Kyushu region was like the blind end of Japan, and the Kita-Kyushu area, which was the beginning of the Kyushu region, was always overflowing with accidents. It's completely collapsed. It was not unusual for a building outside the city to collapse overnight. What do you want me to do? What? However, some of those who had just been dispatched to Kita-Kyushu city did not know that. Of course, it was not special either. The building has collapsed. So what do you expect me to do? Yes. What do you want me to do when the building collapses? It was natural for a new recruit to know nothing, and it was the role of the senior to teach them. Well. Do you have any equipment to clean up the building or something important inside? Enough to put all your manpower in here right now, huh? Oh, no, no. That was what it was now. The senior made it clear to the new recruits the reality of Kita-Kyushu, and even Kyushu. It was not easy to remove the wreckage of the collapsed building and rescue people before the monsters appeared, and in the present age, it was wise to leave this building as a grave. Do you get a bonus for cleaning this up? And doing this would be of little help to the survivors. No, I don't get a bonus. What should we do then? In front of such a senior's instruction, the new recruit learned a lesson that he could not forget even if he wanted to forget. I'll just deal with it as an accident. Yeah, just make it happen. Write a report. The building is down, and no victims. I understand. So, the report was written on the spot. 8. Hayoshi, the branch manager of the Kyushu region, was currently in charge of Kita-Kyushu city. It was not unusual for him to be in charge of the Kyushu region, where the role of the Imperial Hunting Unit in a monster-filled land was more important than ever. Of course, the branch manager of the Kyushu Hayoshi received a significant amount of reports every day. The monsters were everywhere, and accidents were common when there were so many people of the worst character. However, he wasn't the type to read his reports carefully. I'm sorry, it's such a noisy place. All he did was read the title and stamp his seal on the bill as soon as he saw it. It was still the case. He was not particularly interested in the report of, the collapse of an outer building of the city, no victims. His only interest was directed at the man standing in front of him. Was there any matter? At the question of Kim, Hayoshi approved the report and read the title again. Fire destroyed a building. No victims. Kim calmly answered at the words of Hayoshi. It's not a big deal. Yes, it's not a big deal. At the moment of speaking out the words, not a big deal, Hayoshi no longer had the report in mind. It's not important. Instead, Hayoshi had a monster, a giant snake with a white body, in his mind. What do you think? Can you do that? You mean the white snake? Is there anything else besides that important thing right now? The white snake was a huge snake, a yellow-grade monster. It was a scary monster. However, just because it was the only yellow grade, Hayoshi did not give his keen attention to it. That way, his attention should be directed to an 8-tailed fox, a dark blue-grade monster on Mount Aso. The reason to get the attention of Hayoshi wasn't the grade of the monster. The eyes of the white snake is more valuable than a green monster's ability. The eyes of the white snake is the ability obtained when someone eats the crystal of the white snake. The eyes of the white snake can give someone better eyes than a hawk. In addition, an ability to improve the 5 senses, such as the eyes of the white snake, is treated as much more valuable than other abilities. The reason is that the awakeners are superhumans. No matter how good they are, they can't function properly if they are deaf. Conversely, if they lack the ability, they can demonstrate their ability at 120% if they have 5 excellent senses. Therefore, the value of the eyes of the white snake that gives human visions to transcend is equal to a crystal of a green-grade monster, or it has more value, depending on the situation. In addition, the crystal of the white snake was not an object they needed to send on to the home country. My assessment is going up recently, and if I clear Fukuoka City, I can go to Tokyo by using the eyes of the white snake as a bribe. A bribe. Even if Hayashi just paid valuable goods like the eyes of the white snake to his home country, there would be nothing for him. On the other hand, the reality was that someone was more likely to intercept and eat it during transportation. Of course, Hayashi did not even report on the white snake, so few people even knew about it. To be precise, it seemed to belong to the samurai Nakagawa Genji so far. In the position of Hayashi, it was an object that could not be taken even if he was willing to take it, until this man appeared before him. So can you hunt the white snake? Until Kim appeared, Hayashi was suppressing his greed for the white snake. But now that Kim appeared, he could no longer suppress his greed. I can't give you a definite answer. That was about it. Kim showed a great ability to make Hayashi burst into the greed that he had formerly suppressed well. Kim's monster hunting ability had been excellent enough to be considered outstanding among those he had seen. Can't you make it more clear? I've never seen a monster called a white snake, and a yellow grade is not something I am certain I can kill with just my confidence. So, at this moment, Hayashi nodded rather than urging him at the words of Kim. Finding it is a priority. He did not have any complaints or questions about this. Do you need anything? If someone is an able man like me, I'll go with him. But if he is not, I'd better go alone. I suppose so. When are you going to leave? I don't have to stay here long, so I'll move right away. At the response of Kim, Hayashi smiled. I can't believe a sword I can throw away any time is so useful. Of course, there was no consideration or worry for Kim in the smile. It was the same with Kim. There's no reason to give him the white snake. 8. A city that had been ruined. Now, a giant snake with a pure white body appeared in the street, where it was hard to find even bones, let alone a dead body. Kairup. The color of its skin, as well as the tongue that came out through the gaps in the tight mouth, was shining white. The only other color on the snake's body were the yellow eyes that clung to both sides of its inverted triangle head. It was a pale yellow eye, well matched for the white body, but it was not a beautiful eye. Rather, instead of beauty, it was horrifying and bizarre instead of the beautiful. It was the shape of the yellow eyes. The circle in the circle in it again. The shape of the circles overlapping in that way reminded him of a camera lens. Even its eyes were moving like camera lenses. As it looked into the distance, the pupils of the white snake began to move like camera lenses. The white snake scanned its territory with its own eyes. Kairup. Then it could see that a mile away, a deer was moving in the mountains, avoiding the predator's eyes. Kaya. At the same time as the white snake found the deer, it opened its mouth and shrieked out its fear. That was the end of the hunt. A deer had no power to endure the fear of a monster. Thud. The deer fell on the spot, its heart still, and the white snake moved to eat, not hunt, to appease its hungry stomach. Swish. It was about that time that a sword fell down like a lightning bolt. When the white snake was all relaxed and its mind was filled with the pleasure of eating, a sword, falling like a lightning bolt, penetrated deep into the back of its neck, between the head and the body. Thunk. The sword penetrated the white snake's body and stuck into the ground. Swish. Then a second lightning bolt came. This thunderstorm was from the left, not at the head of the white snake. A sword, like a missile, struck the left of the white snake and passed through and out the right side. 2 attacks were enough to take the light out of the pupils of the yellow eyes. Thump. The white snake fell to the ground as it was. A man stepped toward the white snake. Clump. A man, who reminded them of ghosts rather than people, stood in front of the white snake. Whiz! At the same time, the sword that had passed through the white snake flew toward the man. The man snatched it from the air, and he began to cut through the skin of the white snake from the starting point of the wound in its body. Red blood spouted like a fountain from the white body of the white snake, staining the pure whiteness bright scarlet. What the two swords pierced and cut were not just blood vessels, but an organ filled with blood. It was definitely the heart of the white snake. Here you are. The man could see the heart of the white snake, and the yellow jewel that had stuck to the heart, through the gap of the open skin. The man changed the color of his eyes. Equals sad face the crystal of a white snake. Mana increases when ingested. Mana resistance increases when ingested. You can acquire, the eyes of the white snake, the power of the white snake, when ingested. The man could see the value of the yellow crystal of the white snake with his black eyes. He didn't hesitate. The man reached out his hand to strip the jewel from the white snake and put it into his mouth immediately, still covered with blood. Gulp. He swallowed it. At that moment, his eyes began to turn into something like the eyes of the white snake. The black eyes began to change like camera lenses, and at the same time, they began to see things in detail far away. He smiled despite himself. I get an income from an unexpected place. With his new eyes, the man looked at Mount Aso, which was dimly visible in the distance. If I kill the eight-tailed fox on Mount Aso, then it's Jeju Island, Korea. There was no sign of a smile on his lips then. Do you like this video? Let me know by giving it a thumbs up and leaving a comment below. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell to stay updated on my future uploads.